November 1965, the first full-scale battle of the Vietnam War.
We ran into the jungle firing our rifles.
The whole world exploded.
The first helicopter assault. The Ia Drang Valley is the first time American draftees faced the Army of North Vietnam.
It's the worst day of my life. I can't even think about that day.
234 young men die in a place no one has ever heard of.
There were so many dead and so many wounded. It was awful.
Everybody, move out! Get out!
I'm Jack Smith, and these are stories of the Vietnam War, told by the people who know it best, those who fought it. Tonight, we'll experience the first major battle of the Vietnam War. It was one of the bloodiest, and certainly one of the most chaotic. The Battle of the Ia Drang Valley in November of 1965 included pitched bayonet battles at close range, napalm strikes, and the first full-scale helicopter assault of the war. Desperate American commanders even called in artillery strikes on themselves in a last-ditch effort to stop the marauding enemy. The Ia Drang was also my own piece of the Vietnam War. I was a private in a rifle company in the 7th Cavalry, and it was an experience that would change my life. First, some quick history. In 1965, there are some 23,000 American troops on the ground in South Vietnam to beat back the communists and prop up the South Vietnamese government, but it isn't working. When regimental-sized units, the regular North Vietnamese Army, are spotted in the South, President Lyndon Johnson orders a massive troop buildup and doubles the size of the military draft.
I have today ordered to Vietnam the Air Mobile Division.
It sent a shockwave through the entire 1st Cav Division.
Hal Moore is an up-and-coming infantry lieutenant colonel at Fort Benning, Georgia. He'd fought in Korea, then is instrumental in developing the Army's new doctrine of air mobility that will deliver soldiers quickly into battle by helicopter. He is eager to show the world how to fight a war by helicopter from a network of base camps against an unconventional enemy like the North Vietnamese and the Viet Cong guerrillas.
It was like constructing a fort in the western United States in the late 1800s against the Indians. Then you go out from the fort and you'd fight the Indians.
Vietnam is moving from the north down the Ho Chi Minh Trail, infiltrating the central highlands of South Vietnam, and wants to cut the country in half. On the 12th of November, the U.S. Army decides to go out to the enemy sanctuaries in the central highlands and bring the war to the North Vietnamese. The 7th Cavalry, Air Mobile, gets the call. Hal Moore has only 400 men of his own. The great equalizer is to be the helicopter, specifically the Bell UH-1 for utility helicopter, known forever as Huey. Instead of slogging along at a snail's pace, following trails and paths, the cavalry clips the treetops at 110 miles an hour for same-day delivery into the landing zone.
We went low level. The formation's very tight, and we get right down in the treetops.
Bruce Crandall will go on to fly lead ship in 756 missions in 2 tours in Vietnam.
We would once in a while hit the tree with our skids to keep the infantry awake also.
Landing Zone X-Ray is a football field-sized clearing at the base of a large hill called Chupong Mountain. The hill is reported to contain a base camp for the North Vietnamese and provide them with plenty of cover. But the area also presents Hal Moore with his best chance to get a lot of men on the ground in a hurry.
We ran into the jungle firing our rifles, and we made no contact. And I was very happy about that because I had a whole battalion to get into that area, and I only had 16 helicopters. And it would take me 4 hours to bring in my battalion.
John Herron's Bravo Company in the 1st Battalion, 7th Cav is on the ground first. His men quickly capture a prisoner who seems to be either a straggler or a scout from a North Vietnamese unit.
And I left the platoon and moved up because I wanted to hear what that prisoner had to say myself. And of course the interpreter was translating all this, but basically what he said was the Chupong is full of North Vietnamese regulars, and they want to kill Americans.
Almost immediately, 1,400 North Vietnamese regular army troops from the 33rd and 66th regiments pour off Chupong Mountain from the north, west, and south. Only 150 Americans must hold off 3 battalions of the enemy. But Air Mobile, which has worked well in dress rehearsals back in Georgia and North Carolina, is a different story under live enemy fire. For Bruce Crandall, it will never get worse than at X-ray.
6 people on my helicopter got hit from in the landing zone. A person raised up within about 20, 30 yards of the aircraft and shot 6 people off my bird. A crew chief shot the people in my aircraft that were dead, so violently dead. The radio operator had taken a bullet in the head. It was a wall of steel, literally. Come in.
At the command post in LZ X-ray, Hal Moore works his radio. The news coming in from the field is not good.
These enemy were tough. They were strong, they were well trained, they had good weapons, new uniforms, good haircuts. And they were determined to overrun and kill us all.
And the North Vietnamese have the Americans surrounded.
But I had one thing that this enemy did not have. I had firepower.
Bomber jocks saddle up in Da Nang, Tan Son Nhut Air Base in Saigon, dozens of small strips that make for LZ X-ray.
Like I said, I pulled a chain on everything I could lay my hands on. Fighter bomber aircraft, artillery, aerial rocket artillery. This enemy did not have any of that stuff. And I brought it in as close around us as I could possibly.
It is essential Hal Moore keep the enemy far enough away and isolated so he can use artillery and air power on them without killing his own men. But the North Vietnamese want to turn X-ray into a hand-to-hand brawl. They call this grabbing the enemy by the belt. At 2:45 in the afternoon, wounded stream into the medical station at the command post. With the temperature over 100, water and ammunition start to run short in the field. It's 3:30 before the last of Moore's men make it into X-ray. They have to pass by dead bodies and wounded Americans trying to get out. Then, with things looking as though they couldn't possibly get any worse, disaster strikes. A young platoon lieutenant, Henry Herrick, has his 28 men give chase to a few North Vietnamese and is now cut off from the main force. Herrick is an ambitious redhead who wants to win the Medal of Honor. Lieutenant Dennis Deal is one of the men who must try to save Herrick's lost platoon.
Henry Herrick had fallen for a 4th grade sucker play by the North Vietnamese. They had hung a couple of people, I guess, out in a clearing, and he took off after them.
And then the next call was, I'm under heavy attack. And I think they have gotten between me and the 1st platoon.
Lieutenant Herrick was killed within the first 10 minutes. Platoon Sergeant Carl Palmer took over. He was killed within the next 5 or so minutes. A forward observer, artillery forward observer attempted to take over, and he was shot through the head. And a three-stripe buck sergeant, squad leader, Sergeant Ernie Savage, took command of the platoon.
Ernie Savage, a career soldier from Alabama, immediately begins to call in artillery fire around his position.
I think they did finally decide basically where we were at, and I started adjusting the firing, got it right in around us.
The lost platoon is literally out in right field, alone, surrounded, and outnumbered. Artillery cover is nothing more than a stay of execution. 2 attempts to reach the lost platoon are repulsed with heavy casualties. Support troops at landing zone Falcon, 5 miles away, start an artillery barrage that will last 5 hours and keep landing zone X-ray open. The lost platoon has 21 dead or wounded of its initial 29 members. The survivors withstand 4 assaults by hugging the ground and shooting along the grass line at the 200 North Vietnamese who want to kill them.
What was going through my mind was probably kill as many of them as I could at the time.
At the command post, it's decided there's no way to help the lost platoon short of going in with cold steel. At this point, grad Tony Nadal will lead the way.
I got my company together in the creek bed, and most of them, and I gave them a little pep talk about, you know, it's been tough, but we got a platoon out there of our buddies, and we're going to go out there and get them. And I had them all fixed bayonets. And at 5 o'clock, I made a point. I was the first guy over the top, just like World War I, you know, follow me. And we launched this assault.
As the Americans move up to the north, they run straight into an enemy force that has quietly advanced on them and brought its heavy weapons.
The machine gun went like, and for some reason, it skipped me. And then catching the guy on the other side.
We tried and we tried and we tried to get to Henry Herrick's platoon. Nothing we did worked, absolutely nothing. And we were taking casualties the whole time.
By 5 p.m., the Battle of the Ia Drang Valley is half a day old. Young troops who had flown in green as grass that morning are battle-hardened veterans by now. They feel they are starting to get the hang of it. The order comes down to make another try for the lost platoon.
The whole world exploded. I thought that things couldn't get any noisier, that there couldn't be any more lead flying around than there was. And it was just incredible. People were falling all over the place. Men were going 3 steps and dropping. I was terminal. I was gone. I was finished. I was dead.
Then something that's only supposed to happen in the movies.
I happened to look over to my left, I don't know why, and I saw an American run forward, throw a grenade behind this huge anthill, and he went behind the anthill, waited for the grenade to detonate, and he jumped around and shot into that anthill, shot into something, and it saved my life. And it saved the lives of all the men that were left in my platoon, because that machine gun had us.
The man of the moment is a fresh young lieutenant from Pittsburgh, Joe Marm. He's shot through the face, but lives to tell about it and win the Congressional Medal of Honor.
I always felt before that there wasn't a bullet that was meant for me, and then I had kind of the infallibility. I was kind of infallible, but that really shattered that bubble very quickly.
The thing that it did, it ignited the men in that area. They all stood up and charged forward. It really gave spirit to an entire assault line of about 200 American boys.
The lost platoon stays cut off, but the fighting is stalemated. As the main action closes down for the night, officers take turns talking Ernie Savage and the men of his lost platoon into staying alive. The last helicopter of the day brings in Joe Galloway, the UPI reporter, the first newsman on the scene. He gets a grisly welcome.
And out of the darkness comes this voice. I'll take you to the command post, but watch where you step. There's lots of bodies out here, and they're all American.
At 10 p.m., Bruce Crandall shuts down his helicopter at the Khe base camp. He's been in the air for 14 hours. He holds little hope. 1st Battalion of the 7th Cav.
I prayed for him, but I didn't. I thought I'd be going back in the middle of the night. I thought we'd be trying to get out the ones that we could. God, I didn't want to. I didn't want to go back in there. I got out of the helicopter. I was sick. I'd never been sick before. Couldn't walk. Upchucked onto the aircraft. I can't stand blood.
That night, Lieutenant Colonel Hal Moore walks the perimeter of Landing Zone X-Ray and contemplates what might become his place in military history.
My battalion was the 1st Battalion of the 7th Cavalry. The 7th Cavalry fought under George Armstrong Custer at the Little Bighorn. And it fleetingly crossed my mind that we may well be in another Little Bighorn situation, and I was determined it would not happen that way.
Throughout the night, the Americans in Landing Zone X-Ray listen to bugles and whistles as the North Vietnamese shift into position on Chu Pong Mountain. It's been a terrible day, but the enemy is just getting warmed up. On the second morning at Landing Zone X-Ray in the Ia Drang Valley, American reinforcements are in place. No one knows what to expect.
It was just getting barely daylight, and I was hoping that maybe they'd all disappeared during the night. And they sent out a patrol of our guys to look for infiltrators or something.
Clinton Poley is an Iowa farm boy a long way from home and in a world of trouble.
We didn't have to go being on a machine gun, but they were only out there for a few minutes, and one guy come running back and he said, they're coming. And somebody over a foxhole away said, who's coming? Who would you think?
20 hours into the Battle of the Ia Drang, Hal Moore's focus is on his lost platoon. But the North Vietnamese have their own ideas.
At 10 minutes till 7 in the morning, just as day was breaking, we were massively attacked.
The North Vietnamese have massed an overwhelming force under the cover of night. With a good view of Hal Moore's troops, they select a weak spot and wait for an opportunity to rip the Americans apart.
First thing in the morning when the sun came up and the enemy attacked. I'm talking right over here to my left, about 40 yards. And there is, to stop them, about 100 Americans in one company. And the brunt of a 1,000-man attack falls on 2 of these platoons. Machine gun fire, rockets, all of it, just an absolute storm of fire. And there were people getting hit around me. And then I began to think that this was a serious business.
Overnight, both sides have brought in reinforcements, among them Rick Rescorla. He's already served in the British Army and is considered a soldier's soldier, but he's on edge this morning.
I gave the order fixed bayonets. I thought I was pretty calm. I gave the order fixed bayonets, and finally my platoon sergeant, Sergeant Thompson, said, "Sir, that's the 5th time you've given that order to fix bayonets."
We were too few. The enemy were too many.
I got away from the foxhole, and that's when I got hit in the chest. And it felt like a cow kicked me, just that little bullet. You can't believe the impact of it. And it twisted me so sideways that I tripped up over my own legs and fell down.
At this point in the Battle of the Ia Drang, the men of the 7th Cavalry are no longer able to defend themselves. Wave after wave of North Vietnamese pour onto LZ X-Ray and engage the overwhelmed Americans in furious hand-to-hand combat. As Hal Moore runs out of ideas and hope, he reaches for the one last weapon the American military keeps for its commanders about to be overrun by the enemy. He gives the sign for a final pull of the chain. The time has come for Broken Arrow.
That code word went out all over South Vietnam. And that code word meant that every available fighter bomber aircraft in South Vietnam had to come to the aid of that unit. Massive air support.
Able to overwhelm American forces on the ground, the North Vietnamese have no answer for United States air power. This kind of stopgap measure will soon become standard operating procedure for ground forces in Vietnam following the Ia Drang. But first, there are some drawbacks to work out.
And I looked off to my right, and there were two F-100 Super Sabres coming right at us at a height of probably 60 feet. One was on on my right as I was looking out, and he had already dropped 2 cans of napalm. I couldn't do anything about these 2 cans that had already been dropped, which dropped right in my command post amongst some of my men, who were burned terribly and began screaming and so forth. But I had to call off that second guy.
The colonel was really yelling, "Get that SOB off of us. Get him off. Call him off." And I looked up and I could see that can, just very slowly. Now there you go, slow motion, really. Everything kind of, the color drains out of everything too, because it's coming right at you.
We could see the silver fish, you know, flying in the air as if it were kind of glistening in the air and everything else. And we realized, hey, this has come short. And we stood up and we felt on our backs the heat and everything else. And then when we fell down and looked back, we could see several men wrapped up in fire in the napalm.
Felt a blast of heat from that, and a kid come running around there screaming that apparently hit, and his whole face was just like an ugly Halloween mask, you know.
Someone was yelling at me to get this man's feet. And I reached down and grabbed him by the ankles to lift him. And I could feel the bones in my hands. The flesh came off of his ankles. And I felt those bones. I still do.
And I hollered to Charlie Hastings, "Call that son of a bitch off." Yelled at him, screamed at him. And he called it off. And that guy pulled up and did not drop his cans of napalm.
Between friendly fire and the North Vietnamese attacks, the lost platoon is finally brought back into the battalion perimeter. It has eaten up resources and caused casualties, but the lost platoon kept the Americans on the offensive and possibly diverted the North Vietnamese from overrunning the landing zone. Ernie Savage knows they fought a lot of enemy.
I know we run head-on into a large unit coming down that valley. We would not have run head-on into them if we hadn't turned in and flanked and chased those people.
What had begun as a skirmish a day and a half earlier now settles into its second night at Landing Zone X-Ray. The 7th Cavalry has come to the Ia Drang to engage the enemy on his turf, but has gotten more than it anticipated. As Hal Moore's troops in the 1st Battalion are worn down, the 2nd Battalion choppers in to help.
They were scared out there, and it was late and it was night, and they'd almost been overrun that evening.
A product of ROTC at Yale, Larry Gwynn is a scholarly soldier who studied the country and speaks Vietnamese.
There was a lot of noise, a lot of incoming, a lot of dead under ponchos, cartons and crates of ammunition scattered all over the place, and a lot of artillery and air. And I looked over and I could see a tall colonel. It was Hal Moore, and he had all his captains madly working on the radio. I'd never seen captains and colonels working so hard. It was a very scary situation because the rounds were coming in and we really didn't know what was going on.
Both sides used the second night at X-Ray to prepare for an all-or-nothing assault.
We were a thin line of well-dug-in troops with some booby traps out in front of us.
After a night of digging in and prayer, the battle resumes promptly on the 3rd morning at X-Ray.
We were attacked in the early morning, just before daylight, by 2 battalions of enemy.
At this stage of the game, it is almost trickish. There's North Vietnamese soldiers running right across our guns. And I think B Company and my company are just basically mowing them down at that point of the game.
After that was it wound down, except that we were given a wake-up call with a short bomb came in on us and almost blew us to pieces. And we also engaged the enemy, what was left of them, the dead and the dying out there. Some of them wouldn't give up.
There were so many of this enemy coming at us And there were so few of us. It was touch and go. It was a cliffhanger. It was like the last 15 seconds of a football game, tie ball game, that went on for 3 days and 2 nights. I lost 79 men killed, 121 wounded. I was grieved. We walked across the enemy bodies. We policed up over 400 weapons, and they abandoned the battlefield. You tell me who won that fight.
The 1st of the 7th flies home as the 2nd of the 7th mounts up and starts a 4-mile hike to a pickup point, a clearing called Landing Zone Albany. The plan is to keep their eyes open for enemy, then catch a helicopter home. But after 3 days and 2 nights of hell at Landing Zone X-Ray, what they don't know is that the worst of the Battle of the Ia Drang Valley lies before them. After 3 tough days and a lot of blood, the battle for Landing Zone X-Ray in the Ia Drang Valley is declared the first great victory for the American forces in Vietnam.
I characterize this entire campaign as being the most successful of this conflict thus far. I feel its success is really unprecedented.
The 1st Battalion of the 7th Cavalry is pulled out and heads home to base camp in An Khe to get some rest. At 9 a.m., Landing Zone X-Ray is vacated. On their way out, the Americans walk by the rotting corpses of North Vietnamese soldiers, some of whom have been lying there for 3 days. The 2nd Battalion of the 7th Cavalry had come into X-Ray as a reinforcement. Now exhausted and sleepless, and believing the Battle of the Ia Drang to be over, it starts on the long, roundabout route to Landing Zone Albany, about 3 miles to the northwest.
We'd been awake for 2 solid nights on 100% alert. Had not slept well the night of the 14th. All our troops were almost comatose.
Captain George Forrest had starred as a running back from Morgan State. Now he commands a rifle company from the 1st Battalion of the 5th Cavalry that is tacked on to the end of the column bound for LZ Albany.
They're going to put in a B-52 strike on Chupong Mountain. And this was like 7 o'clock in the morning. I think the strike was going to come in at about 9. So that gave us 2 hours to get into the safe zone.
The air mobile troops are sent on foot, without air cover or artillery, or much basic security, on a march through hostile country.
We had to get out of there fast, and walking overland didn't seem to be as... we were infantry. I mean, it was nice to fly, but... and also walking in maybe gave us some opportunity to find something without making a lot of noise with helicopters.
Adding to the problem, the battalion commander is Lieutenant Colonel Robert McDade. He's seen combat in Korea, but has most recently had a desk job at division headquarters. Apart from making sure the Americans are out of range for the B-52 strikes, there is no particular sense of purpose or urgency.
We took off walking, and the recon platoon was in the lead of the battalion. And it was fairly slow going. I mean, you don't move a big 300, 400, 500 men very fast. And we were, picking our way through.
We were told that this is going to be a piece of cake. We've already dealt them a pretty severe blow these 2 days, so you really don't have to do a whole lot.
After 3 hours on the trail, about 100 yards short of Landing Zone Albany, just before noon, Pat Payne's reconnaissance platoon takes a couple of prisoners.
And so we jumped on this North Vietnamese soldier. And he was a young kid, too, and he was shaking like a leaf. We scared the hell out of him. About that time, 10 yards away, my platoon sergeant jumped on another North Vietnamese. So we captured 2 of these North Vietnamese right there.
In blazing midday heat, the column stops dead in the tall elephant grass so the officers can ask the prisoners a few questions.
In retrospect, I wonder how we could have been so stupid as to not immediately assure ourselves that there were bad guys immediately to our front. But Colonel McDade interrogated them, and then we proceeded right into Albany. It gave the enemy half an hour to set up for us, to know that we were coming.
The troops stay in place in the column while their commanders go forward to discuss tactics. The Americans have no idea they have wandered to within a few hundred yards of a North Vietnamese battalion.
And the company commanders came forward with the first sergeants to get their directions from the club.
We go forward, we pass through at least one company, and these guys are sitting, smoking, joking, and I'm thinking, not a good idea. We get up to where the battalion headquarters is, and I hear what sounds like incoming mortar fire.
This is the part of the Ia Drang where I can no longer play the detached narrator. It now becomes my story. I was a 20-year-old private and part of the column working its way to landing zone Albany that day. It's where I fought and almost died. In late 1993, I went back to landing zone Albany for an emotional reunion with some of the men I fought alongside and against. Together, we would relive a battle and its aftermath that changed our lives forever.
And then all of a sudden, everything started firing. Everything, just the whole thing just opened up. All the way through there, the column. There were NVA coming across from here. There were Vietnamese NVA coming across from there. There were NVA charging into the killing zone of the ambush.
Well, when the shooting started, when they triggered the ambush, the companies were leaderless. All leaderless. We were all down in the grass, and within 30 seconds to a minute, the North Vietnamese, who were only 50 feet from us, jumped up from their positions and ran at us with Tommy guns, with AKs blazing. And they were, in other words, within a few minutes of the ambush being sprung, they were mixed with our people. In other words, it was down to 3-4 men fighting 3-4 men. You'd have like an American machine gunner and a couple of other Americans there, and you'd have 6 North Vietnamese here and 6 here. Jump them, shoot them, bayonet them, kill them. Look for the next clump of Americans. It was the Little Bighorn all over again. It was a massacre.
What we weren't ready for is that all of a sudden, I mean, we just got attacked by hundreds, you know, maybe thousands of these North Vietnamese coming at us. And boy, they were coming at us fast. And it was the sudden, violent hit, I think. And none of us were really dug in at all. You know, it was every man for themselves.
George Forrest doesn't wait to be excused from the commander's conference at the head of the column. He turns with his 2 radio operators and starts to run back to his men.
It was instinct. I knew that I couldn't stay there. I had to get someplace where I could feel safe. And if I got back there, there was a chance that, you know, they were still there, the company was still there. And somehow we could get out of this hell. I could hear the rounds going off in the trees. Maybe they weren't shooting at me. And this is exactly like it was.
He has to cover about 150 yards of jungle. That's all under attack.
It seemed like a lifetime. And I could see the rounds hitting the trees. And I know the guys saw me. It was just my day. They weren't, either they weren't good marksmen or I was faster than the bullets, and I don't think the latter's true.
Both of George Forrest's radio operators are shot dead, but Forrest keeps running.
The desperation is what drove me. Fear didn't enter my mind. I didn't have flashes of, I got 2 little boys in Columbus, Georgia, who's not going to see their daddy. I knew that there were 126 guys back there laying on a trail, waiting for somebody to come back and say, guys, this is what we have to do in order for us to get out of this situation.
Most of the other troops are lost and leaderless. George Forrest is the only commander to make it back to his unit. And once back there, the news is all bad.
I had lost a platoon leader. My executive officer had been wounded. I had lost 2 platoon sergeants and had a good deal of guys wounded. It was in the initial firefight that 16 guys in my unit were killed. We could hear guys screaming, lots of noise, just the sounds of we're being overrun, those kinds of things.
Forrest gets what remains of his rifle company to form a circle at the end of the column, and they are able to defend themselves. But for many, it becomes a savage killing ground.
Just instantaneously, it was chaos. Rounds coming in, bark falling off the trees, people screaming. Mortar rounds started coming where our second platoon was. I mean, when you hear the whomp of incoming mortar rounds, it just scares the living bejesus out of it. And everywhere you looked, you could see guys in mustard-colored uniforms moving around the jungle. You knew right away that we had run into something incredibly heavy and incredibly big. And behind us, the whole column was shooting. There was a raging battle in back of us, where the North Vietnamese had wheeled and attacked the side of the flank of our column. I screamed, "Here they come," because nobody was really looking, and 4 or 5 of us jumped up and shot them all. Behind me, I heard somebody scream, "Withdraw!" Which I thought was sort of funny because there was no place to go.
This point in the Battle of the Ia Drang is where my own personal nightmare begins. I have not yet been wounded, but I am about to come under friendly fire.
North Vietnamese guy lay on top of me, using me and the sergeant as a sandbag for his machine gun, and started to fire. Hot shell casings were falling on my back. The only reason I couldn't keep myself from shaking, I was so terrified. The only reason he didn't know I was alive was he was shaking as much as I was. He was scared too. You get scared in combat. My friends were firing rifle grenades at this group of North Vietnamese. Finally, they connected. One of them landed right here in the sergeant's armpit, blew his whole body away, and hit me, and cracked my jaw. Another one hit me in the leg, but it killed the guy on top of me.
After 2 hours, our units are overrun by the North Vietnamese. What had begun as an ambush is now a full-fledged slaughter.
And I was bandaging up a friend of mine. This guy was shooting right over our heads, didn't even see us. There was about this much elephant grass between him and me. So my friend said, "It's hurting my ears, it's hurting my ears." I just wanted to be a fly on the wall. I didn't want to shoot anybody. And he says, "It's hurting my ears." But because it was my buddy Bailey, and he was bleeding and had been wounded, and it was hurting his ears, I took my gun, put it on full automatic, gauged where the man's head was, stuck my gun all the way through the elephant grass until it hit something soft, and I squeezed the trigger. Sergeant Menzies said there was an anthill, that anthill, and right behind it was a guy on a machine gun without a head.
By 3 p.m., reinforcements start out on foot from another landing zone, Columbus, 2 miles away. But there isn't enough time. The cavalry must look to the skies for help.
We were told to throw smoke, and we circled our perimeter with smoke grenades, markers, colors, yellow, purple, green, everything we could find. So the boys upstairs had a pretty good idea of at least where we were. They came in 10, 15 passes, dropping canisters of napalm into the jungle around our field. An incredible sight to see canisters of napalm hitting the treetops and jellied gasoline trickling down like stalactites, and to see 15 or 20 North Vietnamese soldiers jump up from underneath it and try to escape, and the jellied gas just dripped down on them and engulfed them all. I saw that several times, and it was just, it's a hell of a picture. But the A1Es saved us by bringing our position with napalm. So after our position was basically ringed, we knew that we were going to be okay. Nobody could come across that field without getting horribly burned.
The airstrikes stop the North Vietnamese advance, but landing zone Albany is under fire. The air cavalry Hueys cannot land. Finally, at 6:45 p.m. Wednesday evening, the cavalry arrives at landing zone Albany. Their mission is simple and straightforward.
Well, I gathered them around and I talked to them and told them, you know, look, we can get through this, but we've got to go in hard, go in firing and go in tough on this one, because this is the real McCoy.
The plan, get dropped down between the North Vietnamese and the Americans, then shoot at one while you run toward the other.
They flew in a huge formation, maybe 18, 20 ships. And just as they came close, the jungle opened up, and all the bad guys had just been waiting for them to come in. And so it wasn't going to be quite that easy.
They told us, when you get out, fire to your left and run to the right. You know, well, anybody going in helicopters knows that you can be disoriented. Helicopters can be disoriented somewhat, you know, and we weren't quite sure which. We could have been running straight into the enemy.
I remember them all sort of flying in and shooting to the left and exiting to the right into our position. They all came in, they all shot left, they exited right, and they came into our perimeter, and it was reunion week.
As what would turn out to be one of the bloodiest days of the Vietnam War turns to night, wounded Americans try to avoid certain death in the tall grass. North Vietnamese execution squads move in to mop up the battlefield. By nightfall Wednesday, the 17th, the Battle of the Ia Drang is 4 days old. U.S. commanders estimate they have killed 1,600 North Vietnamese. 200 young Americans are dead too, and the number rises as North Vietnamese hit teams start to move among the wounded at landing zone Albany, executing them. I am among those wounded. In fear, I will be next.
They tried to come in and kill us. They were walking around killing the wounded. They were going around shooting all the wounded. Bang, 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 bang. Ha, 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 bang, ha, ha, ha. No, no, don't shoot me. Bang. We found men in the morning who'd been tied up and shot. A couple of them had been tied to trees and shot. They systematically killed our wounded. The next day we shot their wounded too. We weren't very happy.
There would be a cry or a shout or no or a please, followed by a single shot. And we had a pretty good idea of what was happening.
Bob Jeanette is a lieutenant from the Bronx who'd been married 5 days before he shipped out to Vietnam. He lies in a field, wounded, with his men.
We knew if they found us, we weren't ambulatory. We weren't going anywhere. We would stay right there forever.
George Forrest sends men out to where we're hiding, the remnants of my unit huddled under a tree. But they tell us they can't take us all, and Bob Jeanette and I are left behind with a promise that they'll come back for us.
I stood up and passed out. I couldn't go in. But I thanked you for the effort. I appreciated it.
Then we hear visitors in the tall grass.
I radioed, don't come back, because North Vietnamese were back in the area in platoon-sized force, walking through the area, and I didn't want the patrol running in, so I said, don't send anybody. And they said, we won't.
Jeanette was calling in artillery around our tree, and every time the North Vietnamese patrol got up to us and started to try to get us and shoot at us, Jeanette would call in artillery around the tree so close that the shrapnel would hit some of us in the tree and kill them. He did that 2 or 3 times during the night.
The North Vietnamese continue to wander the battlefield, confident they've killed most of us.
I think the North Vietnamese really believed that they'd wiped everybody out. You know, when they started coming back like that, until they met some resistance, they really felt that they were just a ambush mop-up outfit that had strafed everybody and just going in there to police the whole thing up.
In the morning light on day 5 at Albany, those of us who have survived can finally take a look at what happened.
During the morning, I stayed in the perimeter, basically in a state of shock and exhaustion, and listened to the radio as B Company troops went out and policed up our dead and wounded. And that's the worst day of my life. I can't even think about that day. There were so many dead, so many wounded. It was awful. It was awful. I went out in the afternoon, finally, to see where our people had been, and I saw them. And they were all dead, and they were all spread out, and they were all fucked up.
The reality of daylight far outstrips the worst fears from the night.
You could trace our column like a long traffic accident of bodies, really. I mean, it was almost down the column. There wasn't a tremendous amount of deployment once the fighting had started. The bulk of the people still were in column. A lot of mortarmen, I remember, with the mortars still on their backs. Terrible thing to see. You know, it meant they didn't deploy, they didn't have their weapons out even. It happened that swiftly for them. It was all over, and they were just sitting there. Some people with cigarettes clenched in their hands, lying out there.
The North Vietnamese have moved out to sanctuaries in Cambodia where the American troops may not pursue them. We leave as soon as we are able, and landing zone Albany is abandoned. 155 young Americans die at Albany, one of the worst days of the war, and twice the number of dead at landing zone X-ray a few days before. In all, 234 American soldiers die in the Battle of the Ia Drang, and another 250 Americans are wounded. American commanders see the Ia Drang as the breakthrough victory they've been looking for. It seems to show how to win this strange war of no front lines. How? By attrition, by killing more of the enemy than they kill of us.
I don't like to even trade one American or one ARVN trooper on our side for 50 of the PAVN, but we've got to be very realistic. When you get in this type fighting, if you get anywhere near 7 to 10 to 1, that's a damn good exchange.
But it's taken as an article of faith that when an enemy loses that many, he'll soon give up.
The headquarters in Saigon looked at the so-called body count of enemy, how many enemy were killed by my battalion and by Colonel McDade's battalion, how many friendly were killed, and the ratio was about 12 or 14 enemy to 1 American. And they looked at that body count in Saigon and said, this is the way to fight this war. This body count is satisfactory.
General William Westmoreland, U.S. commander in Vietnam, comes by the 7th Cavalry base camp at An Khe and salutes the troops.
I want to congratulate you on your distinguished victory. You men of the 2nd Battalion, 7th Cavalry, have distinguished yourselves.
He has Thanksgiving dinner with the men who fought victoriously at X-Ray. The 7th Cavalry gets a Presidential Unit citation. But for those who lived through the Ia Drang campaign, the memories don't focus on marching bands and military honors.
Well, I tell you, it's about as close to putting it in words it was like hell. It's about as close to being to hell as you can get with come out alive.
Many of our units out there, 2 or 3 men at a time, fought like hunting buddies, you know. They stood together and they survived. It was really an act of survival, I believe, Albany. It wasn't an act of enlightened American tactics.
Landing zone Albany is still abandoned when we visit 28 years later, but the memories are as fresh as they were those terrible days in November of 1965.
The grass was completely covered with blood. It was slippery. You'd walked on the grass, you'd slipped like that because it was covered with blood. It was bloody. And it smelled of urine and feces and blood and gunpowder, and it was just horrible. It's the most awful thing I've ever seen in my life, and I'll never forget it. About 150 men died right in these woods right here. And a lot of them were my friends, real good friends. I'm so sad they're dead. I'm so sad.
If anybody thinks it's a good idea to go to war, they're crazy. And if anybody has never walked a battlefield with 200-300 torn, bloating American and North Vietnamese bodies, then they shouldn't feel qualified to talk about the glory of war, because there is none. War sucks.
The Battle of the Ia Drang introduced us to a whole new vocabulary: body counts, kill ratios, and search and destroy missions. It was not a battle against guerrilla fighters, but against heavily armed North Vietnamese regular troops. A few months after the Ia Drang, my father came to Vietnam on assignment for ABC News and to check on my recovery.
3 years ago, this son of mine began college, but after a year he decided he was at loose ends and didn't know what he wanted to do with life, so he quit and he joined the Army. His age now is, in the words of the Marine General Lewis Walt, 21 going on 50.
You get hit by it, right? There was a mortar that landed right behind me, lifted me off the ground.
through the leg here and down in here.
You got a total of 5 or 6 wounds out of that.
Oh, well, I got 2 big ones here, and then ones like that all over my legs. I still got about 15 pieces of shrapnel in my legs.
The official death toll of Americans at the Ia Drang was 234, and it set in motion a chain of events that would lead to the deaths of tens of thousands more. In the weeks after the battle, Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara went to Vietnam to assess the situation. On the flight home, he wrote a memo to President Johnson. There were 2 options, he said. Look for a compromise way out of the war, perhaps not on our own terms, or go for a massive buildup of troops and accept thousands more casualties. A year later, there were 400,000 troops in Vietnam in a war that would go on for almost 10 more years. I'm Jack Smith. Good night. The Marine base at Khe Sanh, ancient, isolated, desolate, divorced from reality.
Well, it was like hell. I mean, it felt like you were so far into the bowels of the country that there was no way out.
Under siege by the North Vietnamese for 77 days, bombs and rockets cascaded on the men below.
And they were rockets because you could hear them scream all the way in and then hit.
Suddenly, there was no place to hide. No place was safe.
I mean, death was measured in inches, in moments.
But in the bunkers and trenches, endurance and heroism.
There were never any grandiose thoughts. We're over here fighting for the American way of life, or apple pie and motherhood. We were fighting basically for the guy next to us. Everybody, move out! Get out!
I'm Jack Smith, and these are stories of the Vietnam War told by the people who know it best, those who fought it. I was one of them. There's an ancient military axiom that you should wage your battles only according to favorable geography. Both sides always want to engage the enemy on battlegrounds of their own choosing. But the siege of Khe Sanh in early 1968 is an example of how that doesn't always come to pass. American troops found themselves pinned down in a landlocked combat base for 77 days. It's the dramatic story of a daily routine punctuated by terror under constant fire, uncommon courage, and unspoken heroism. The Khe Sanh combat base was 14 miles below the DMZ that divides North and South Vietnam, and 6 miles east of the Laotian border. On top of volcanic rock covered with red dirt, the camp was near Route 9, a rutted single-lane road running east to west into Laos. The high hills and mountains ringing the base would become excellent cover for the North Vietnamese troops who came down the Ho Chi Minh Trail through Laos into South Vietnam. In the mid-1960s, Marine advisory teams used the nearly empty base as a staging area for reconnaissance into the mountains, where they saw occasional contact with the enemy. By early 1967, America's involvement in Vietnam had grown to more than 400,000 troops. Fighting intensified, and young Americans were dying at the rate of more than 100 a week. Khe Sanh had been fairly quiet until April 1967. Everything changed. On the hills surrounding the base, Marines ran into a tough force of North Vietnamese troops and defeated them after 12 days of fierce fighting. The United States losses were heavy. 160 died, 746 were wounded. Those battles convinced General William Westmoreland that thousands more North Vietnamese were infiltrating into South Vietnam from Laos. He decided to stop them in their tracks. General Westmoreland decided to make Khe Sanh the western anchor in a line extending across the northern provinces to help prevent the flow of North Vietnamese troops and supplies into South Vietnam, especially from Laos. He ordered the Marines to reinforce the isolated combat base and to shore up defenses on the surrounding hills. It is May 1967. Fresh Marines arrive every day. Second Lieutenant John Kahaney and his platoon of troops land at Khe Sanh and see the results of the April fighting.
It was a very eerie and a terrifying experience. Winding down this long dirt road towards the mountains was all of the walking wounded from the hill fights. There were probably 500 to 600 Marines standing in line, all bandaged one way or the other, covered with blood and mud. And I had to take my platoon off the airplane and march them down this long road to an assembly point. And hardly anybody was saying a word. It was really, really terrifying.
Marines on patrol in the jungle find remnants of the North Vietnamese troops, but the beauty of the hills can't cover what is underfoot.
It was a gorgeous place. I mean, it was absolutely beautiful at a distance. But all the hills, when we would go on patrols from day to day, we would just continue to find more and more dead NVA bodies. And of course, the stench was ungodly.
As part of his duties, even Navy Chaplain Ray Stubbe learns what it is to go on patrol outside the base.
Just the simple fact of going on a patrol means going up and down very steep hills, being cut by elephant grass, forming blisters that never really heal, broken bones, tripping over things, getting thoroughly exhausted, the humidity being so, and the heat in the valleys being so intense.
The North Vietnamese seem to be preparing for a major battle. Though they are on the move, it is unclear exactly what they are doing.
We could see them during the summertime sitting over in Laos, building their fortifications, driving their trucks and whatnot. But they rarely came across the border.
Marine reconnaissance patrols keep searching for the enemy. Each man carries as much as 80 pounds, including weapons, ammunition, and water. Radio man Kevin McCauley hauls more than 100 pounds on his back.
Out on the bush, you were just totally exposed to the elements. We didn't carry ponchos because when the rain hit the ponchos, it made too much noise. So we just laid out there. If it rained, we got wet. It was hot. We baked. It was cold. We shivered.
In the Vietnamese highlands, there are surprises around every corner.
One patrol, we were waiting for the helicopters to pick us up, and an 8.5-foot long Bengal tiger came out in front of us, not more than 5 to 6 feet away. One of the fellows took a picture of it, and I had a rifle ready to shoot it in case it jumped at us, and I was aiming all over the sky. I was so nervous about the thing.
The patrols continue. Their foe remains elusive. Then, after the hot summer, the monsoon season arrives in force.
It was never colder than there was at Khe Sanh, because the skin gets wrinkled and chapped, and it's like being immersed in water all the time.
In November 1967, still convinced Khe Sanh will be a major battleground, General Westmoreland shores up the base. He orders Navy Seabees to rebuild the airstrip so C-130 transport planes can bring in supplies. Thousands more Marines soon arrive. Fog finally closes the base to cargo planes. Then, at the end of 1967, supplies can no longer come in by Route 9, now washed out by the heavy rains. Worse, the base fortifications fall apart from the onslaught of bad weather.
So at that time, it was a matter of collapsed bunkers, the misery of never being dry, of mail not getting in. We were very isolated. We didn't know quite what was happening. It was a time of uncertainty. It was a miserable time.
The hills surrounding the base are now defended by heavily fortified Marines. They become the first line of defense to help prevent a communist attack on Khe Sanh. Hill 881 South is more than 6 miles from Khe Sanh, and at its top slightly larger than a football field. There too, except for sporadic contact with the enemy, life is uneventful for the 400 Marines of India Company, 3rd Battalion, 26th Marines, men armed to the teeth, ready for attack. Captain Bill Dabney is their commanding officer.
Of the heavy stuff, we had 81 millimeter mortars, 106 millimeter anti-tank rifles, recoilless rifles, and 305 millimeter howitzers. It was relatively easy. There was virtually no enemy activity. And the troops called it the Jolly Green Giants Golf Course. It's gorgeous out there.
But under the dense cover of the mountain forests, the North Vietnamese are digging in around Khe Sanh. Marine reconnaissance patrols go looking for the enemy. Lance Corporal Ernie Husted and his platoon discover hard evidence the North Vietnamese are everywhere.
I noticed they were moving in like they were pre-digging positions, bunker complexes that would hold like 100 or so folks. Road systems were starting to come in.
American intelligence discovers 2 newly infiltrated crack North Vietnamese divisions near Khe Sanh. That the estimated 20,000 enemy is moving closer each day becomes apparent on January 20th to Dabney and his men. They get into a heavy fight with an entrenched North Vietnamese battalion in a ravine below Hill 881 South. Soon Dabney's outmanned and outgunned Marines have no choice but to pull back.
50-some wounded. We couldn't go on. You get burdened by your casualties after a while, and you have to get them out. And since the mission was to hold the hill, and the southern hill, 881 South, we were withdrawn back to the hill.
On Hill 881 South, Dabney's troopers are hit repeatedly by heavy North Vietnamese artillery, often fired from inside Laos, as far as 6 miles away.
It had been a rough day. We'd lost a bunch of people. We lost a helicopter. We were low on chow, low on water, and all that sort of thing.
But they are not completely isolated on Hill 881 South. When they can, the men tune into the evening news on Armed Forces Radio, and what they hear is almost surreal.
And at the end of it, they announced some local news, the lead item of which was the cancellation of a tennis tournament in Saigon. And we looked at each other and said, you know, we're not in the same world.
Nor are the men on the base itself in the same world, where the atmosphere is growing more tense. Sergeant Glenn Prentice, a forward observer and radio operator, is aware of the new mood.
We knew there was something happening. We had a lot of airstrikes and artillery strikes really close to the base.
We started wearing our helmets and flak jackets all the time and being on alert to maximum time available each day.
Corpsman David Steinberg recalls his orders of January 20th, 1968.
We were told to burn all of our letters, and so we began to feel that this was going to be something serious. We went to bed, we burned our letters, and this sounded like real war might have been coming.
The real war finally comes to Khe Sanh.
I was walking to the mess hall early in the morning of January 21st, and I noticed some streaks of light coming in. I didn't know what they were until they started impacting on the road. One hit the road, one hit the mess hall.
And a series of rounds hits and destroys the ammo dump.
I can remember running from the ammunition dump and being knocked down by the concussion explosions.
We couldn't tell what was incoming or our own stuff blowing off. There was CS tear gas going off, large amounts of artillery shells, plastic explosive, and so we were getting hit by our own ammo cooking off and producing shrapnel, plus everything that they were firing at us. So that first morning, we were in the trenches and the ground moved. It was just unbelievable. The sky started darkening because of everything burning.
The Sergeant Major's one someone to check on the young Marine outside after a round came in that was fairly close. I got up, put my hand on the door to open it up, and the ammo dump went, and the explosion caused the whole door just to cave in and throw me against the wall.
Though some of his men suffer wounds, the door shields Lieutenant Khe from serious injury. Marine Corporal Craig Lofton is in his bunker when the shells start falling.
Even though we were in bunkers, the concussion traveled through your body and almost knocked the air out of you. It was that large of an explosion.
Lofton, crew chief for a helicopter at Khe Sanh, has to get to his chopper and get it in the air where it can be useful. He and his men move quickly during the lull in the day-long shelling.
Air crew assembled and made a mad dash completely across the combat base, which was probably 3 football fields wide, running from hole to hole, trying to dodge the incoming.
They find one helicopter already destroyed by the shelling, but they manage to get 3 others off the ground. The choppers fly over the equally besieged hills outside Khe Sanh, and Lofton sees the results of the Marines' heavy counterattack against their deadly enemy.
I remember seeing bodies in the wires, large number of NVA dead, Marine dead as well. The impacts from the NVA artillery and rockets was so great on that one location that the top of the hill was completely obscured by dust and debris in the air, tracers going everywhere. We circled for what seemed like an eternity till finally it died down, and we went in and got them. We picked up all 3 helicopters, went in one right after another, picked up the wounded, whatever dead they could throw on, and we pulled out of there.
But it is only the beginning for Lofton and the helicopter squadron. They return time and again, pulling out the dead and wounded, bringing in needed supplies.
And we went from what we considered home, and really home is wherever you're at, to everything changing. And it was shock, mild shock, and a little apprehension like, what next? You know, what's going to happen?
In a single day, the impact of the heavy bombardment destroys most buildings and tents. Nothing above ground is safe. In the first day's shelling, 18 Marines die, 40 suffer wounds. For the Marines at Khe Sanh, the war is suddenly different. From going on patrol, they find they are under siege, and it becomes a profound test of physical and spiritual endurance for them and their enemy, the North Vietnamese, hiding in the surrounding mountains. Late January 1968, those first bombardments of Khe Sanh are furious and deadly. Shelling starts, the Marines fight back. As they return fire, they don't yet know this is the beginning of a long siege and that their lives will be changed forever.
Very intense. We had a lot of incoming rounds. Some days at 1,300 rounds impacting on the area a day, 1,200 rounds, 1,000 rounds hitting different areas of the base.
To survive, the men are ordered to dig trenches and underground bunkers deep in the ancient red volcanic earth. Every Marine still has a job to do. 18-year-old Tom Campbell repairs radio lines blown apart during the shelling.
Red dirt. Everybody's face was red. Well, I don't think I had a shower or any way to wash. Everybody was red. Their clothes was red. Trucks were red. Anything, you know, from the dust itself was red.
And I couldn't get my leather gloves off because of all the blisters and the blood. So you just poured water down into your gloves so you could pull them off, and you put some gauze on them, and then you put your gloves right back on and kept digging, because anything above ground was going to be bad.
These bunkers become their homes. Some are no more than 6 feet wide and 30 feet long, barely high enough for a man to stand upright. Medic Mike Hill remembers them well.
The bunkers at Khe Sanh were filth, and we had so much rat problem that I don't care what kind of bunker you had rats coming in the bunker and stuff like that. And of course, you had no electricity. You know, if you were lucky, you had candles to put on at nighttime, and So, you know, it's kind of a dismal place.
You'd have 18, 19, 20 guys inside that space. You'd be lying next to, on top of, underneath the guys in your platoon or in your squad, or however many people you could fit in the bunker. And that's where we existed. It really wasn't a pleasant situation, but it was the only situation that we had.
The only situation, yes, and filled with anxiety and fear. Getting used to the shelling, desolation, and death soon become a way of life.
I mean, any place you went, your ears were just listening for that background noise, a little boop, 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 and all of a sudden artillery comes screaming in. We got so good at it, though, we could tell almost where it was going to go and go the other way.
We were hit by an artillery shell, and when the explosion went off, we were yelling to each other, "Are you okay?" And nobody could answer because we had blood coming out of our nose and we couldn't focus, and blood coming out of our ears, and we were shaking each other, "Are you okay?" But we couldn't hear.
On January 24th, only a few days into the siege, yet another bunker takes a direct hit. 4 men die, 18 are wounded.
We ripped the bunker apart. As we got the top off, I found one guy who was just picked up by the blast, pushed up against the ceiling of the bunker, which was basically runway matting. And I never saw a person bleed as much as what this poor guy did. He survived. He survived, but he was terribly wounded. And the 4 guys who were killed were horribly mangled.
The number of wounded are increasing daily in Khe Sanh. Medic Dave Johnson cares for them at Charlie Med, the base hospital and aid station.
I perform some minor kind of surgery or something, sew them back together again, throw them on a stretcher, drag them up the ramp, and throw them out in this little area we had sandbags in. It was a barren place out there that there wasn't any place to hide. It was just a sheet of metal out there. You didn't have any holes to crawl in. You were just kind of at the mercy of whatever they threw at you. If you were lucky, you got out there and got them on the chop and got them out of there. I was lucky. I never got hit.
Just staying alive becomes the only goal. Sickness and terror spread throughout the isolated base. Some think of a war they never knew.
It was, in many ways, like World War I. Trenches, you know, fog, wires, same living conditions, dysentery, that kind of thing. The fog would roll in typically in the morning. It was cool. It was mysterious. It was paradoxically a sense of relief and fear at the same time.
When the fog rolls in, North Vietnam's gunners have a hard time zeroing in on the base. The men know they will have some relief from the constant shelling. Though it's temporary, they try to make good use of it. They repair their bunkers and even collect their mail. But their brief respite is just that, brief. General William Westmoreland has other ideas. He strongly believes Hanoi will try to make Khe Sanh into another Dien Bien Phu, the battle in 1954 in which the North Vietnamese decisively defeated the French. At Dien Bien Phu, the Viet Minh held the high ground and closed down the airstrip. But at Khe Sanh, the Marines control the surrounding hills and hold onto the airbase despite the constant shelling. Certain the communists will strike in force, General Westmoreland sends more troops into Khe Sanh. Soon more than 6,000 men crowd the small base. Then North Vietnamese artillery in Laos, 6 miles from the base, begins pounding Khe Sanh every day.
They got artillery, rockets, mortars. Well, we found out they got rockets and mortars. But we don't see nothing, and that's bad. Like to see something every now and then. You can hear about it all you want, but don't really believe it until you see it.
The Americans answer the North Vietnamese with their own long-range 175mm cannon fired by Army artillery from the Rock Pile and Camp Carroll in Quang Tri province, south of the DMZ. But the bombardment has little effect because the enemy emplacements are too far away. The U.S. Air Force, the Marines flying from Da Nang, and the Navy flying off carriers in the South China Sea answer back with 300 flights a day. They drop bombs, rockets, and searing napalm on the North Vietnamese hiding in the mountains. On the base, though, the only constant is the daily shelling.
This is something totally alien for an 18, 19-year-old kid. I mean, we were at home, we were either members of the 4-H club, or we were altar boys, or we were captains of the football team, and now all of a sudden we were placed into a war. And I guess it was our baptism of fire, so to speak.
Now, the communists will experience a baptism of fire unlike anything they ever imagined. The United States Air Force unleashes its B-52 bombers on the North Vietnamese soldiers in the mountains. In a matter of days, these powerful, high-flying airplanes become America's most effective weapon against the communist force that is ringing Khe Sanh. It is the end of January 1968. Khe Sanh has been under siege now for 10 days. All across Vietnam, both sides declare a ceasefire in honor of Tet, the Lunar New Year. But on January 31st, the Allies discover that Hanoi has something else in mind. North Vietnam launches a major offensive against hundreds of towns, cities, and Allied bases across the country. During the first 3 days of what becomes known as the Tet Offensive, not one shell falls on Khe Sanh. Obsessed with the base, President Johnson has a sand table of Khe Sanh in the White House Situation Room that he inspects daily. Despite the new North Vietnamese tactics, Westmoreland does not change his strategy for Khe Sanh. He still believes his northern garrison is the main object of Hanoi's planning. So Westmoreland orders Operation Niagara, the Air Force code name for the heavy B-52 strikes against the North Vietnamese. From Guam, 5,500 miles away, it takes 12 hours to get to Khe Sanh. Then, using a technique known as arc light, these enormous planes, flying 30,000 feet high, drop their huge payloads with a force that rolls out like an explosive carpet. Every day, in groups of 6, the B-52s drop 60,000 pounds of bombs on their enemy below. When they strike, the destruction is enormous, producing a devastating effect on the thousands of North Vietnamese troops besieging Khe Sanh. The bombs from a single formation of 6 planes can destroy an area half a mile wide and almost 2 miles long. Even men in the bunkers at Khe Sanh feel the power of the B-52s.
You'd be sitting there and the whole ground would just start rumbling and rumbling and rumbling. It's really strong. And when you're underground with that effect, the whole ground is moving quite a bit. Everything falls to dusty dirt and everything starts moving.
We had this little joke about how to make Khe Sanh coffee. You sit in your bunker, and we knew when the airstrikes were going to come, so you sit in your bunker, you take your coffee out, you put it next to your cup, and you put your sugar and your cream substitute next to it, and then you wait for the Air Force to show up to mix it for you.
By the end of February, some 40 days into the siege, the B-52s are now bombing around the clock. The high-flying airplanes are relentless, fearsome. To the shocked communists, the huge planes become a close-in weapon, sometimes bombing enemy positions within 500 yards of the base. Major Miles Rorlick is a C-130 pilot, has a front-row seat.
I heard what I thought was a railroad train going through the bunker. I looked out the door of the bunker, and it was the most devastating thing I think I've ever seen in my life. I saw it looked like trees and dirt and limbs and people and just everything flying through the air. And when the raid was over, it was very quiet.
The B-52 strikes kill thousands of North Vietnamese. the shelling of Khe Sanh continues unabated. So, keeping spirits high is a challenge for the beleaguered Marines.
Most of the time I was hopping around from bunker to bunker, trench to trench. And I did hold my church services, but they were only like 3 minutes long. I gave out communion. I had a 1 or 2 sentence sermon. At that time, I think the text was Jesus calming the waters.
On the hills outside the base, the incoming is as deadly as ever, especially on 881 South. Too many wounded go out on stretchers, too many dead go out in body bags. To keep morale up, Captain Bill Dabney makes a bold decision in the midst of the constant shelling.
So daily at 8 o'clock, precisely at 8 o'clock, and they targeted us, we would raise the flag. And then we had good deep holes right beside the flagpole. It took about 25 seconds because we knew that the time of flight for the round was about 25 seconds. It was sort of giving the finger to the North Vietnamese. It was a gesture of defiance when we really didn't have anything else to defy with.
And here's the American flag up there, and everyone was just elated. The sniper across the hill on 881 was not as elated and figured that this was a target.
The sniper fires, mortar rounds start falling. After the bugle call, the men quickly run for cover.
So it was a very carefully timed flag-raising ceremony, and then everybody jumped in the hole that the rounds hit and went on about their business.
Business is the difficult job of getting through each day as best they can with limited supplies. Water is always scarce on the base, and especially out on the hills.
We would go for 3-4 days without water a lot of times on the base. Longer on the hills, maybe 7-8 days sometimes. But people would share the last drops of water they had with each other.
As it went on, we were down to 1/4 of a canteen, and as it went further on, we were laying plastic out at night to catch the dew, and we'd lick the dew. Water was precious.
Bad weather and the heavy enemy shelling are now making it difficult and dangerous to supply Khe Sanh. C-130s and C-123 cargo planes often cannot land because of fog and the damaged airstrip. Some supplies now must come in by parachute. The drop zone is outside the reinforced lines and very small, bigger than 200 yards by 200 yards.
That meant that that area, that drop zone, had to be secured. And that meant that it was a target. And the minute they secured it, it became a target. So we'd make a drop, and then the enemy would put in, tons of artillery on our drop until everything quieted down. Then the Marines were able to go in and pull the stuff out.
The Army Quartermaster Corps loads the cargo planes at the Da Nang Air Base more than 100 miles from Khe Sanh. To get the supplies safely onto the base, the Air Force develops a tricky technique, delivering them by barely landing on the strip, taxiing, and while still moving, pushing off huge pallets loaded with everything from ammunition and fuel oil to food. But there is always the danger of being hit by enemy fire.
I guess everything you can think of was thrown at the aircraft. I mean, there was small arms. There was a weapon similar to our .50 caliber that the North Vietnamese kept on putting on the end of the runway and would shoot at the aircraft as it came down final approach.
Miraculously, shelling destroys only one C-130. That plane burns beyond repair and then remains on the base as a reminder of the constant danger.
The majority of the damage that we took was from 51 caliber and below. That was in the air. The majority of the damage on the ground when we landed was taken from 133 millimeter artillery, rockets, mortars, just about everything hit us.
Despite the shelling and ground fire, cargo planes keep dropping their supplies. Sometimes the parachutes drift too far to be retrieved, so the Marines are forced to destroy them to keep them out of enemy hands. Ammunition and fuel are the first priority, but food, ever-present sea rations, those meals in small olive drab cans in 12 varieties, are always on everyone's minds.
One day you'd get the meat, the next day you would get the dessert, and the third day you might get the crackers and cheese. The things that you always look for was a can of peaches, and you would just hold that aside until you could get a can of pound cake. These are just little cans, look like tuna fish cans. And the interesting thing was, if you could get that combination, it was like winning the lottery.
To protect themselves from ground attack, Marines on the perimeter throw everything they have against an enemy they know is outside the wire. To help the Marines, the Army has 4 gun positions along Khe Sanh's northern perimeter. At each end there are 2 tank chassis called Dusters, mounted with twin 40mm cannons. To keep the enemy at bay, a battery of quad 50 machine guns fire at the rate of 250 rounds per minute. Lieutenant Bruce Geiger is in charge of the platoon.
Particularly during the evening, we'd fire interdiction fires. We would fire at suspected positions. During the daytime, if we were to spot a sniper or spot any activity, we would either call in or at times fire freely at those targets.
Sometimes these gunners shoot at the red glow of North Vietnamese cigarettes burning in the distance. Other times, bright flares light the black night sky to help them find their target.
You might miss with the first round, but you didn't miss with the second round. And they had a range of almost 4,000 meters. So it's a fairly significant weapon, and oftentimes you knew you got the target because it just wasn't there anymore.
Each day, tactical airstrikes by Marine, Air Force, and Navy fighter bombers blow away enemy fortifications in the mountains. They continue to kill countless North Vietnamese and destroy their bunkers. And it still doesn't stop the constant shelling and the danger of death in the trenches.
We heard an explosion, and there was what we thought was shrapnel coming through the air, and a round hit close enough and collapsed one of these on several Marines. And 1 or 2 died and 1 made it out, but he had to be medevaced out because mentally he just no longer was there. There was so much of it that went on. You could accept death, I could, more by seeing it than someone just not being there.
At night and in the fog, North Vietnamese troops doggedly dig trenches and try to tunnel under the concertina wire around the base. When the weather clears and the fog lifts, spotter planes call in tactical airstrikes to try to stop the advancing communists.
And literally dropped napalm on the wire. And from a vantage point, at least where my positions were at maybe 100 yards, the heat was so intense that it would literally singe your eyebrows. Stole all the air. The oxygen was completely burnt off for hundreds of yards around. But the heat that it gave off was an incredible. It was like hot oven. It was pretty intense. Nothing would survive napalm.
Neither the fury of napalm nor heavy American air attacks and artillery fire can dislodge those North Vietnamese troops from their mountain stronghold. 50 days into the siege, 6,000 American troops remain pinned down, living in bunkers, living day to day, never knowing what to expect when the sun goes down. The siege continues. Each day is now like every other day for the beleaguered American troops. 50 days becomes 60 days. It is nearly the end of March, and no relief is in sight. The enemy is still in the mountains, and the United States fighter bombers keep up their merciless attack. Long-range American artillery pounds the mountains surrounding the base. For these young Marines, the dangerous days and nights at Khe Sanh never end. Trained to attack, they do not enjoy their role as sitting ducks.
So you didn't know when the incoming rounds would come. Consequently, you didn't know if you were in danger or not. People were killed going to the head, to the outhouses. People were killed repairing sandbags. People were killed just doing day-to-day chores of getting water.
We felt we were invincible. We didn't like the idea of being held on the base. We would sit there and say, all right, come on at us. Come at us, and we'll take as many of you with us before we go.
But the North Vietnamese troops do not come. They don't mount the big ground attack that Westmoreland hopes will come. To find out what the North Vietnamese are up to, Marine reconnaissance units go on dangerous patrols outside the base. There are intense firefights. Men die. Losses are often heavy. Navy Corpsman Ralph Danilo is on patrol when the Marines come under fire.
We were running up the hill and mortar rounds are going off all around us. Rodriguez yelled, "Doc, Strong's hit bad." I remember one of the lenses was popped out of his glasses, and one was cracked, and I performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on him, and he just lay there dead.
In the jungle, helicopters are the difference between life and death. Rocky Darger is pilot on a dangerous rescue mission under heavy fire on the hills near the base.
50, 100 yards away, you could see these flashing lights all in this tree line shooting at us, and lots of flashing lights. And it amazed me that anyone carrying a rifle could have just outright killed us, because we're sitting there in this glass cockpit, and the crewmen are in the back with little pieces of thin aluminum between them and death. And we got everyone out of there, and no one was injured.
When planes can't land, helicopters more than fill the gap by bringing in needed supplies, especially for the tireless medics.
Taking care of wounded, and just your hands are full of blood, you just wipe them off on your pants, and you know, and after days of wearing the same, days and weeks of wearing the same clothes, your pants are stiff from the blood.
Setting down safely in a hot landing zone, an LZ under fire from enemy gunners, becomes an art, a trick of precise timing for helicopter pilots.
The co-pilot's only responsibility when you touch down to the ground was to push the stopwatch on the panel, and at 20 seconds he'd start lifting the power, and we'd have to be out of there, because within 30 seconds there'd be mortar rounds in the zone.
We got like 29 confirmed kills before we were able to get out, and they were rushing the chopper, so it was kind of a real rough day at the office. And I came in, I pulled out my patrol book that's always over my pocket, and I opened it up. There's a piece of shrapnel that went all the way through to the last page. And I'm thinking, oh gee, that was one of the scarier ones, facing death.
By the end of March 1968, there has been no invasion of Khe Sanh. Westmoreland learns from his intelligence officers that enemy troops are finally retreating from the mountains, probably with good reason. The Air Force claims its B-52 strikes have killed thousands of North Vietnamese soldiers. North Vietnam is prevented from taking the combat base and making it a launching pad into the rest of South Vietnam. Smelling victory, Westmoreland ends the siege and relieves the base on a grand scale with Operation Pegasus, named for the winged horse mythology. The relief force includes the 1st Air Cavalry Division, its 400 helicopters, the 1st Marine Regiment, the 26th Marine Regiment, and 2 Vietnamese units, 30,000 troops in all. They open Route 9 for the first time in almost 3 months. On April 6, 1968, Marines at Khe Sanh and the 1st Air Cavalry link up outside its perimeter. Westmoreland declares the 77-day siege of Khe Sanh is lifted. But in reality, the fighting doesn't end. Sergeant Joseph Bellardo, an Army gunner, recalls his reaction when a tank unit falls into an ambush 2 months later in June.
And it seemed to bring us really, really down. We had seen many, many people die, and it was like the icing on the cake. It was like, wow. It was a great difficulty for us, very difficult. I remember how mad we all became, how we wanted to go on what they called the hunt. All right, let's leave the base and go hunting. And you knew it was a dream, a pipe dream, but it couldn't happen.
On Westmoreland's orders, those who remain in the garrison tear it down. They rip it apart as if nothing ever took place on the base or in their lives. In the words of one trooper, they are tearing up our hiding places.
Everything we could destroy or bury or blow up, we were doing it. And the bad part about it, we're blowing up our bunkers that we need to be in.
They bury over 800 bunkers. They tear apart more than 3 miles of concertina wire. They lift makeshift steel matting from the airstrip. They blow up the burned-out hulks of downed aircraft. Nothing is to remain except the enduring red earth. Each day, as the plows chew up that ancient land, the last Marines and Army troops find their positions almost defenseless from the sporadic, persistent shelling. But they endure.
I would say the men stayed pretty much constant during the siege, through the whole siege. They were still full of energy, ran faster, drove faster. They never lost their humanity of concern for one another, joking, humor. They were in touch with fears, with laughs, with death, with life.
A lot of guys dealt with things different ways, but you wanted to be part of a team. You want to be part of a platoon. And the only way that you could do that was being faithful, semper fi to the guy next to you. And that was the most important thing for us.
The men left behind feel increasingly alone as the base empties. There are those who find the shelling hard to take.
I think it was from the artillery barrages. I wasn't used to that much incoming. The cannon shells were playing havoc with me, and I was starting to lose track of time. And so was the rest of the people.
As the base closes down, the remaining long-timers are upset for other reasons. After all, over the long months of the siege, they had seen almost 200 die, and thousands wounded.
I felt very, very frustrated at the time for thinking that the number of people who were killed in Khe Sanh that were as a result of Khe Sanh, and then all of a sudden we're abandoning it. Why was it so important 2.5 months ago, and why isn't it important anymore?
We had suffered through this, all the casualties that had mounted up, 77 days plus, that it was all for nothing, that, you know, we were totally abandoning it. I was having a hard time understanding that, and I still don't quite understand it.
How long have you been with us?
For these young men, it is time to move on.
We wanted out of there. You know, it was time for us to get out of that kind of condition. I remember leaving it and looking down. Total waste.
I flew in by air and I went out by road. It was when you went out, it was devastation. I mean, from the southern gates, several miles down the road, there was just nothing green for the most part.
We flew out in a CH-53 helicopter. We kind of corkscrewed up into the sky to avoid any of the machine guns and any aircraft guns that still might be in the area. And the entire surrounding countryside was just totally denuded of trees. Everything was bomb crated. I turned and I looked at that and I said, God, look what we've done to this area. We've taken a beautiful, beautiful area, and we've turned it into the moon. It was nothing but craters.
Sergeant Joseph Bellardo leaves the base in mid-July on the last half-track out. He and his men turn for one more look at the desolate garrison.
Everyone paused for a minute, and it seemed like the war had stopped. There was no sounds, there was no nothing. There was no birds flying or bugs flying. It was very quiet for that 1 minute.
And so they left Khe Sanh. In a moment, we will return with the legacy of Khe Sanh. For 77 days, the Marines at Khe Sanh sat and waited some more for that decisive battle that never came. Meanwhile, the larger war all around them was taking some dramatic turns. The Tet Offensive ended, but brought with it the bloodiest year of the war, when more Americans were killed in action than at any other time. At the end of March 1968, embattled by the Tet Offensive and protests at home, President Lyndon Johnson surprises the country by announcing he will not seek re-election.
I shall not seek, and I will not accept the nomination of my party for another term as your president.
By the time Khe Sanh is abandoned, General William Westmoreland is gone too, back to Washington to become Army Chief of Staff. The official body count at Khe Sanh is 199 Americans killed and 830 seriously wounded. But official numbers do not tell the whole story of Khe Sanh. United States estimates of enemy dead are 15,000, most as a result of the relentless tide of B-52 strikes on the communists. But the exact number of North Vietnamese killed will never be known because Hanoi refuses to release those figures. In the end, the United States claimed victory at Khe Sanh. 6,000 trained Americans held out for 77 days against the North Vietnamese army. Westmoreland prevailed. His blocking strategy at Khe Sanh prevented the massive infiltration of North Vietnamese soldiers into South Vietnam. For Captain Bill Dabney, who commanded the Marines on Hill 881 South, the siege was a testament and a tribute to the human spirit. He saw it in the dailies, the everyday routine of young men surviving manfully under terrible hardships.
The dailies was what heroism was. You know, the kid who would shoulder his rifle and go out at night in front of the lines on the listening posts and sit there alert until morning. The stretcher bearers, the kids who would watch out, you know, just volunteer to grab a stretcher and run out on that hot zone, hope they'd make it. The helicopter pilots. There was nothing you could do that wasn't at the risk of life. You stood up in the trench and, well, you know, how to go by. But you had to stand up in the trench to do your duty. So, the dailies, as I say.
In July of 1968, the base at Khe Sanh was abandoned. But then, over the next 4 years, American forces occupied it and abandoned it again and again, as if that isolated outpost somehow possessed some mythical importance. I'm Jack Smith. Good night. The attacks started on the night of January 31st, 1968.
It was kind of a complete surprise to the units in the field.
85,000 North Vietnamese troops and Viet Cong guerrillas invade cities, towns, and American bases across South Vietnam.
There were just people running everywhere. There were explosions everywhere. There was a smell of smoke and diesel fumes. There was just absolute chaos in the streets.
Viet Cong commandos shocked the United States with a daring raid on the American embassy in Saigon. North Vietnamese troops seized the old imperial city of Hue. For Americans at home and for the soldiers in the field, the Vietnam War is changed forever.
Not one man backed off. They did what they were told, and they're just also very brave.
Everybody, move out! Get out!
I'm Jack Smith, and these are stories of the Vietnam War, told by the people who know it best, those who fought it. I was one of them. How can you win a battle and still lose it, or lose a battle and still win it? That's the paradox of the Tet Offensive, a stunning series of bloody battles at the end of January 1968. It brought the Vietnam War from the jungles into the cities and towns, but perhaps more importantly, it changed our perception of the war. Ironically, it was supposed to be a time of truce between North and South, 3 days to celebrate Tet, the Lunar New Year. American intelligence knows that Hanoi has been infiltrating small groups of heavily armed soldiers into many towns and cities in the country. The South Vietnamese High Command chooses to ignore those reports. Instead of being on alert, the South Vietnamese Army gets time off to celebrate. American troops are leery. They don't trust their enemy, and they suspect Hanoi will not honor the truce. They are right to be suspicious. In July 1967, Hanoi plans a major offensive in South Vietnam. Hanoi hopes the South will rise up against the Saigon government and the United States. As Tet approaches, American soldiers are still on patrol. Near Hue, 398 miles north of Saigon, Marine Corporal Tom Mitchell is nervous.
We knew that something was up because there was a lot of movement. We could tell there was a lot of movement, and there was a lot of intelligence coming in looking for massing and areas of crossing in the area.
At My To in the Mekong Delta, 440 miles south of Hue, Major Ed Devlin, an advisor to the Vietnamese Army, is at a Tet dinner with his Vietnamese staff.
We went to dinner, and they insisted that they escort me back to the seminary where the advisors lived, saying that there were a lot of VC in town, and they said, you know, at the table across from us was the VC commander and his staff. Well, I didn't know whether to take this seriously or not.
North of Saigon, Marine Company Commander Jim Gallagher is very uncomfortable as he and his men move through a peaceful marketplace.
I remember seeing a number of people, men, that were in the crowd that as I looked them right in the eye, I could see a sort of a glimpse of hatred for me. I was wary, as I always was, all through the time I was there. It was sort of a premonition, if you will. I had just this feeling that, gosh, what's wrong with this picture?
They would find out soon enough. As part of an agreement with the South Vietnamese to honor their sovereignty, no American combat troops are stationed in any Vietnamese city. But in Saigon, there are 1,000 American military police of the 716th Battalion. The first night of Tet, many of these Army MPs go on full alert, security condition red. Restricted to quarters with weapon and flak jacket beside his bunk, MP Jim McDaniel recalls going to bed that night.
We went to sleep on our bunks, but with the mattresses rolled up so we didn't get boot polish on the end of our bunks. And we went to bed in full gear with our boots on, so that if we were called out in the middle of the night, we'd be ready to go. And we'd never done that before.
Military policeman James McCoy, in Vietnam since March 1967, is on duty in Saigon.
It was kind of eerie. We were all out by the Jeep. We were still awake. It was real hard to sleep because of all this noise and racket. And at midnight, it's like somebody pulled a plug on the TV. Pitch black. All the fireworks stopped, and everything went dead silent. I mean, if you dropped a pin, you'd hear it hit the mud. That's how quiet it got. I don't think too many people slept too well that night. We kind of had a feeling we were going to be hit.
Everywhere in the country, starting at 3 a.m. January 31st, 1968, seemingly all at once, they are hit. Simultaneous, well-coordinated attacks from Hue in the north to My To in the Mekong Delta.
There was some kind of a major attack taking place. We got it through U.S. communications channels that it was taking place pretty much countrywide. The next day, we could look out and see VC just up the road on the other side of a bridge from us, and that was the road to Saigon.
The shock of all-out war in hundreds of places at once is staggering. For the first time in the Vietnam War, war in all its severity comes to cities, towns, villages, and military bases throughout the country. And it's the first time that South Vietnam's capital sees heavy fighting in the streets. And thrown in the middle of it all is the small 1,000-man force of American MPs, policemen whose usual role is to keep the peace.
Everybody is calling on the radio to headquarters, MP headquarters, and we have people responding to other alerts like the embassy, the radio station, BOQs that were under attack in other part of the city. Westmoreland, he couldn't leave his compound, he was under attack. So it was just utter chaos.
Armed with only M16 rifles and 45mm automatic pistols, they soon find themselves in combat. Among them is MP Paul Healy, due to leave Saigon for home at daylight after completing his last 4-hour shift.
Calls started coming over the radio, people screaming, gunfire, and we responded. We got first place that we got sent to the Philippine embassy, and as we pulled up there, the lights were off. Myself and another policeman, we had the guy behind a tree. It was a Viet Cong. You could see it was, and I shot him and took the handgun he had and was stuck in his belt.
But the attack that resounds louder in the United States than any other that first day is the assault in downtown Saigon on the United States Embassy, the symbol of America's power in South Vietnam. A daring team of 19 heavily armed Viet Cong commandos arrive at the embassy by van and taxi. They blast through the embassy's outside walls and enter the grounds, guns blazing. A small contingent of Marine Guards fights back. Paul Healy, here caught on TV news film, is among the first Army MPs who arrived to help fight off the communist raid. There is utter confusion.
I was the first person there that was alive. There was two jeeps that had gone there before, but they were both dead. Both the guys were dead. The guys I worked with, I was on patrol the day before with one of the guys who was in the jeep up front. He just pulled up, and he pulled right in front of the gate, and they killed him right. He just didn't have a prayer.
There would be firefights that would go on for 5 or 6 minutes at a time, where tracers would fly everywhere. There'd be a lot of action, and then there'd be like silence.
The MPs wait outside the wall while the Marines inside keep fighting the Viet Cong. At first light, MPs break through the front gate. On the embassy grounds, they meet with heavy resistance.
The VC was positioning himself, moving around this concrete planter. He came into our view, and that's when we opened up on him, so he wouldn't get a shot at the MPs that were coming through the gate.
I mean, I had a flak jacket on, and I lost my helmet coming someplace coming around the building. I lost my helmet from something, and carrying an M16, and I had the 45 on, and I had the 38 stuck in my belt. I looked like a cowboy, I think.
The communists fire rockets at the doors of the office building. A small band of Marines and MPs holds off their attackers.
Those rockets went right through the doors like they were paper and exploded on the inside, but the doors held up, so they weren't able to get inside. They had been locked from the inside, and the Marines were then able to get up to the upper floors and shoot down on the enemy in the compound and keep them from blowing the doors off with their satchel charges.
On the grounds of the compound, MPs run into Viet Cong hiding everywhere.
He was lying behind like a flower pot, and he had rolled over and tossed a Chinese communist grenade, a stick with a grenade on the end of it, hit my leg and dropped. I jumped behind him, and I got a piece of shrapnel on my hand. He took the brunt of the explosion. One guy tried to run from around that first corner. One guy tried to run and jump up on the wall, 10-foot wall. It's physically impossible. Right, and I shot him. It was like just a straight, easy shot. It was and then the second guy was the guy that was face to face with me. And I shot him. I reloaded. So I threw a grenade, and the grenade exploded. 3 bodies came over me, running around the corner. I was very, very lucky.
The VC on the inside was going from the front to the back and to the windows and was shooting at We thought that there was more than one because he was shooting out of every window and every door at the people that were on the outside.
Retired Army Colonel George Jacobson, assistant to the ambassador, lives in an old French villa on the grounds of the embassy. He is unarmed and under fire.
I realized that he didn't have anything, and so I took my .45 and I threw it up to him, and then I threw 2 magazines of ammunition. And then I got gas mask for him. I told him we're throwing gas. We broke the windows on 3 sides of the house and threw the gas in, and that forced the last guy, big guy, about 6 foot tall, big Vietnamese, and it forced him up the stairs. And when he got to the top of the stairs, George Jacobson killed him with my gun. And he wouldn't give me my gun back. He kept it. He said it saved his life.
Casualties on both sides are high. All 19 of the Viet Cong die. So do 4 MPs, 1 Marine, and 4 South Vietnamese employees. Ambassador Ellsworth Bunker tours the grounds, stepping gingerly through the death and destruction. General William Westmoreland, the commander of American forces in South Vietnam, arrives immediately after the embassy is secure. He says the assault on the embassy is a minor incident, a battle without military significance. Because the Viet Cong didn't get inside the embassy proper, what they did didn't make a difference to General Westmoreland. But it does make a significant difference, especially in the United States and around the world. After all, the Viet Cong did breach the embassy walls and fight American troops on what is considered American soil. To millions of Americans watching the war on television, the embassy attack is stunning. America, told it is winning the war, realizes the United States is not invincible. Its flag, its embassy, and its troops have been violated. Though Hanoi does not gain a military victory, to its surprise, it scores a major psychological triumph by turning many Americans against the war. In Saigon, some of the most intense fighting of the Tet Offensive is yet to come. The battles will rage for many days before the Allies again control the capital. In Saigon, after midnight on January 31st, 1968, more than the embassy is under attack. There are calls for help to MP headquarters from all over the city. The small force of 1,000 American military police left to guard the capital responds as best it can.
Every time you went about 2 blocks, there'd be something was burning, and it was just from gunfire, from explosions.
The North Vietnamese are everywhere. Only 22 miles from Saigon, Bien Hoa Air Base, the busiest airport in the world, comes under heavy enemy attack. Lieutenant Colonel Kent Miller, in charge of security at Bien Hoa, knows it is no ordinary assault.
Everything was quiet till about 3 o'clock in the morning of the 31st, when an abundance of rockets and mortars came down on the base. But normally they were hit and run, maybe 5 or 20 rockets. This time it just kept coming and coming and coming, and it was obvious that it was more than just a hit-and-run operation.
Firefights break out on Bien Hoa's perimeter. The Viet Cong outnumber the security police by 6 to 1. Cooks and clerks, not normally in combat, called augmentees, fight for their lives with small arms and mortars. The battle is fierce.
We couldn't get our aircraft off because the enemy was on the end of the runway. But of course the helicopters took straight off and supported us with air, and Air Force was fighting on the ground and the Army was up in the air, and if it hadn't been for them, we would have taken a lot more casualties.
Airstrikes come in with napalm and bombs. Helicopters attack enemy positions with rockets. Tanks and armored personnel carriers pound the Viet Cong into submission.
We ended up with 135 enemy dead, 25 captured, and we lost 2. The operations officer took a rocket in his chest, and one of the augmentees got killed by a grenade.
In Saigon, the invaders run into American MPs and South Vietnamese troops everywhere. A small team of 14 Viet Cong, including one woman, attacked the presidential palace. Unable to get into the palace grounds, the Viet Cong take refuge in an empty building nearby where the fighting continues. Bob Ruth, an Air Force staff sergeant who normally investigates crime, is escorting supply convoys through the streets of Saigon. He makes a wrong turn and finds himself in the middle of a firefight.
We come around a turn, and here was the enemy on the right, the presidential palace and the palace guard and the South Vietnamese troops to the left. There was a tremendous firefight going on. There was nothing to do but gas it and go. We went right between the two of them and never got a round fired at us. We did take a different route back.
The small contingent of Viet Cong troops holds out for more than 15 hours until most of them die in the fighting. At the same time, the Viet Cong capture the Saigon radio station. Their plan is to broadcast an appeal to the people to revolt against the government. The attempt fails when the government shuts down the station, but not before the invaders destroy millions of dollars in new equipment. After 6 hours of fighting, the Viet Cong are dead and the building is ablaze. Many of the firefights in Saigon are small, intense, fierce. One sudden clash occurs when a company of Viet Cong, on its way to attack South Vietnamese Army headquarters, turns down an innocent-looking alley. Suddenly, they run into trouble at an officer's quarters called BOQ-3. Guards and residents start firing at them. Quickly, the well-armed Viet Cong counterattack, and the undermanned Americans find themselves under heavy fire.
Signal 300 is what it was called. It was an all-out attack. It was a emergency, utmost urgency. It was, I need help, I'm being shot at, I'm hit. And it just screams. It was just, I could hear the grenades going out. You could hear automatic weapon fire.
Boys there, the Cong fire on the reinforcements.
They blew the tires right off the truck, so the truck was stopped in the alleyway. And then the next thing that happened is they fired down on the truck, and the guys in the back of the Deuce and a Half were hit with automatic weapons fire, and then they were throwing hand grenades over the walls, into the truck, on top of the truck, beside the truck. They basically didn't have a chance.
Enemy fire is intense. Casualties are heavy. MP Lieutenant Joe Ceniceros tries to get relief to the besieged men.
All the grenades are going off, machine gun fire. I couldn't see down at the end of the alley. I positioned a squad of men around the other side, and they immediately started taking fire. This fire was coming from the cemetery. The Viet Cong had RPGs, which are rocket-propelled grenades. They had machine guns. They had their AK-47s, hand grenades.
It was still alive in the alleyway, and they were screaming for help. You know, come down, help us. And, you know, they just couldn't get at them. I mean, it was total bedlam. People were shooting everywhere.
So I was determined that I wasn't going to lose my platoon. His face was black and his eyes were like this, and he said, "We can't go any further."
The MPs cannot move any closer. The alleyway is too narrow, the Viet Cong too well positioned. Only one vehicle at a time can get through, making it difficult for the MPs to get out their wounded.
One of my men was over on the side of a building, and he had propped himself up, and he had his flak jacket on, but just blood was just had been hit badly. I was able to take another fellow, and we went in, and we were able to drag him out, and he was really hit bad on this side.
There was a black soldier that got hit just below the eye. He came out, and he was in shock. And then there was another man that came out, and his left arm was completely blown off. There was nothing left but a couple of bones sticking out. After that, it still wasn't over.
By this time, we were out of ammunition, we were out of grenades, and that's basically all we had to fight with. That was it. Like I say, combat situation.
In the 12-hour battle behind BOQ-3, 16 MPs die, 21 are wounded. But the Viet Cong casualties are also heavy.
The men were just fantastic. Not one man backed off. They did what they were told. They were just also very brave.
The next day, another scene plays out on a Saigon street that will change the public's perception of the war. It will fast become a horrible symbol of man's brutality to man. On February 1st, the National Police and their chief, General Nguyen Ngoc Loan, are outside a Buddhist pagoda in Saigon. They believe Viet Cong troops are inside the temple. As they nervously wait, a prisoner is marched down the street. Bruises cover his face. Luan spots the prisoner and deliberately draws his pistol. Vo Su is the veteran combat cameraman there for NBC News.
The prisoner moved in front of Luan, and I remember that he didn't ask anything of with the prisoner yet. I remember that he's waved his left hand. He said that, "You guys get out of the way," and then he pulled a gun and shot the guy right away. The bullet hit the head of the guy, and the guy falling down, and the blood coming out from the hole in the head, and the blood coming out, spraying out like, like a finger, high.
Everyone is in shock after the execution.
I saw troop interrogation the prisoner, they beat the prisoner, but not execute, not execute.
The pictures are graphic beyond anyone's belief. Within hours, they are on every front page and on every television news program in the world. But the general is without remorse.
And I heard the general say that, "You know that many of our people was killed by these guys, and I think Buddha will forgive me." And that's what I heard General said.
Elsewhere, across South Vietnam, the Air Force bombs enemy positions in the Central Highlands. They hit targets outside Da Nang, and they attack the Viet Cong along the hundreds of miles of beaches lining the coast. Fighting continues across the country. At Hue, 398 miles north of Saigon, one of the great battles of the war starts heating up. The city is soon under the control of the North Vietnamese. Hanoi's gold flag with its red star now flies over the citadel in the old imperial city. For the next 3 weeks, as the Tet Offensive continues its relentless pace, all the Marines in Hue will face one of the most intense battles of the war. It is still January 31st, 1968. While the fighting goes on around Saigon, there is another focus to the violence of the Tet Offensive, the ancient city of Hue, once the capital of a unified Vietnam. It becomes a bloody battleground for control of an important symbol of the country's past. In the months before overrunning Hue, small groups of North Vietnamese soldiers dressed in civilian clothing infiltrate the city. After capturing Hue, Hanoi hopes the people will rise up against the South and declare themselves a part of North Vietnam. But Hanoi's appeal falls on deaf ears. Most people fear the occupying force and do not come over to the communists. Though disappointed, Hanoi prepares for a long siege. During the fighting, people hide and run to safety when there is a lull. Hank Llewellyn, a door gunner on a 1st Cavalry assault helicopter, sees the battle from the air.
And the city was burning, was in flames, that portion. There was a mass exodus of civilians. There was total chaos. A large portion of the city was in ruins already.
Marines arrived to fight the fortified invaders. Len Wunderlich and his battalion come under fire on the road leading into Hue.
Regardless of where you were or what you were doing at that particular minute, it was just a lot of enemy incoming from unknown positions, and reaction to return fire on suspected mortar positions and other enemy locations. So it was, you know, it was dark and scary and all of those other things.
Hue is an old city with many concrete houses, brick walls, and hedgerows, all reminiscent of World War II. Corporal Tom Mitchell finds himself in the thick of a different war.
Normally we were bushfighters. You never always saw the enemy very few times unless you were being overrun or it was a really major battle. We knew we were in for it because it was a combination of NVA regulars along with Viet Cong.
Once in Hue, Private First Class William Purcell and his squad learn how difficult it is to fight through the narrow streets of the city.
We climbed on board the tanks and commenced the attack into the city, not knowing what we're getting into. When we went across a small canal, all hell broke loose. They just was going through a gauntlet. There was fire coming from the buildings. And you had to imagine the scene now. It's like going through Queens or Brooklyn, New York, with all 2- and 3-story buildings, paved streets, sidewalks.
Even though we had had training in the Marine Corps about house-to-house fighting, it was nothing compared to what we were actually going into.
Despite that training, until the Marines start fighting in Hue, most of their previous action had been in the jungle. Now, with the war in the cities, many of these young men use skills they never thought they'd need in Vietnam.
The people who took over were the inner city kids. Kids from New York, Chicago, Detroit, who were used to growing up in a city, knew what alleys were all about, knew what a roof was for other than the top of a building, and knew how to get in and out of things. And they just silently took over the role and got the squads in, got the fire teams in, and everyone just started working together and using the knowledge we had from growing up in the city. The farm kids, the kids from the ranches, the kids from the outlying suburbs really didn't have an idea of that.
Difficult, time-consuming, dangerous. Firefights break out around every corner. More than 7,000 North Vietnamese regulars have the best fields of fire. The South Vietnamese Army and the American Marines must fight these communist troops in churches, schools, palaces, pagodas, and the old university. The Marines make their way door to door, house by house, one painful street after another. And each man's step is more difficult than his last.
As we started to move forward, we got hit very heavily outside of a church area, just at the main entrance to the split between Old Way and New Way, and started clearing houses. And that's when we found out that there was a lot more of them than there were of us.
When the Marines counterattack early in the battle, they have difficulty in dislodging the North Vietnamese from their strongly defended positions.
It's always an advantage to be dug in waiting than attacking. In military jargon, we always say it takes 3 or 4 times as many people to conduct a successful offensive action versus the number of people it takes to defend a particular piece of ground. And they were there before us. They knew the ground, and they had had the opportunity to prepare their positions. And we just had to root them out.
Chaplain Richard Lyons carries an M16, unusual for a man of God, but he believes necessary to protect his Marines.
If I had my choice, I'd kill an NVA, but I know I didn't. I just laid down coverage. And I also didn't want to be taken prisoner. and without an M16, you look like an officer, and I didn't want to be hit by a sniper or taken prisoner, so I wanted to look like a snuffy, just a little old grunt.
Whatever his rank, no Marine is immune to serious wounds or even death. There is always another Marine to take his place.
The first day we lost so many sergeants and lieutenants and a captain, and they had to be filled by non-commissioned officers, and they were filled. The position was filled. We never lacked of leadership. We lacked of the number of men we needed, but we never lacked of leadership or courage.
Despite their courage, the Marines cannot take more than one block at a time. One problem is the agreement with the South Vietnamese government not to bomb the city. Saigon wants to preserve the history and priceless antiquities of Hue, if possible, and only use America's massive firepower if necessary. Firing mortars, though, is one way the Marines attack without resorting to airstrikes. Dale Hatton commands a busy mortar platoon.
Boom, it goes out of the tube, and with the bare eye you can see this thing arching up and coming over and coming back down again. And it allows you to go from almost 40 or 50 meters from the gun point out to about 4,000 yards.
Hatton's mortar platoon pounds enemy positions. And as each mortar round strikes, men move closer to the North Vietnamese.
And we fired, Jiminy Christmas, we fired thousands of rounds during the course of that. 11,081 rounds was actually fired during that time out of this one little platoon. I'm not even sure that even during World War II if there was ever a platoon that ever fired that kind of fire, and they were as good as you'll ever get. I mean, they could put 100 rounds airborne in just no time at all, you know.
The weather is damp and the sky constantly overcast. As the mortars fall and the men fire their M16s, they progress slowly, still taking only one house at a time.
So it was done by hand, basically, and it was a big game of tag, and they were it. And we were just trying to scatter and stay out of the bag, as we might want to say.
For example, if you have to get down a city block and the bad guys are on the roof in the high upper stories, that you go into the building and you blow a hole in the wall and just keep going through from room to room, blowing the hole in the wall. You ruin the real estate, but you do get up the block.
As we started learning how to street fight, we would clear a series of streets, and the next thing we know, the enemy would pop up behind us. And we started losing a lot of people. I know in our company, in the first 5 or 6 days, we probably had about 50 killed and about 150 wounded.
The wounded arrive non-stop at the field hospital just outside Hue, where Carrie Spearman is a medic.
They just started coming, and they didn't stop coming. But it was like something that, we never seen before. I mean, we've had casualties coming before, but they just kept coming. We had the helicopters coming in, we had ambulances coming in, we had some of the civilians walking in. They were just coming from everywhere. We just looked up there and the helicopters almost blocked out the sun. That's how many of them were coming in.
Hue is a different battle for these Marines, spiritually and physically.
And also the sense of death that happened to the city was almost like there was no one out on the street. You would look out or walk out onto the street at different times. You had to be very careful because sometimes there would be a sniper in one of the buildings across the way or some distance away. So it was very easy to see anyone. You looked down the street and there was no one, not a soul.
But there were periods of time that you could close your eyes, pull a trigger, and kill somebody. There were that many. You could see them running around. Many times that you could actually smell pot and marijuana and things floating across where they're getting ready for their attacks. Just a street across from you.
Just a street across from you. That is the battle for Hue. By February 10th, the Marines have southern Hue under control. The South Vietnamese, knowing they can't do it alone, asked the Marines to help them take the citadel, where the North Vietnamese flag still flies. The battle for Hue now will take a significant turn. February 13th, 1968. The Tet Offensive is in its second week. In most of South Vietnam, where hundreds of cities have been under attack, and in the capital, Saigon, the Tet Offensive appears to be over, and mop-up operations are underway.
We had some pretty heavy infantry and artillery and, armor in Saigon at that point, and they had rooted out most of the VC. But Saigon was a real mess. It was, many areas were completely destroyed. It was a shambles.
In Hue, 398 miles north of Saigon, the city is in ruins.
You go back to an area that you had seen a couple days before, and it wasn't there anymore. The buildings weren't there anymore. I guess my perspective was one of destruction.
All I did flies over the citadel, now in North Vietnamese headquarters in Hue. Whoever holds the citadel holds an important symbol of the past. The Marines' goal is to capture the citadel and tear down the North Vietnamese flag. But for now, house-to-house fighting is brutal and progress painfully slow as the Marines move into unknown territory only a few yards at a time.
As we got into Hue, we were finding out we were having difficulties figuring out where everything was because we had no really good maps. So we would actually go into SO stations, gas stations, and steal their street maps so we could actually coordinate what we were doing because we couldn't use some of the maps that we had.
Each agonizing step brings them closer to their objective, but it sometimes seems impregnable.
The citadel itself was surrounded by a wall that was concrete and filled with dirt, and it was probably 30 or 40 feet high and 30 feet wide. The NVA had dug back under that wall and had an awful lot of overhead protection, and so they were very difficult to get out.
The odds just aren't in your favor, and yet we consistently were able to pull through with good fire discipline, fire control, and controlling fear. A lot of us already figured we were dead anyway. You get into that situation, you're not sure you're going to go home. In the bush, you had chances. Here, you were actually face-to-face with the enemy.
In bitter fighting, many young Marines are eyeball to eyeball with North Vietnamese infantry for the first time. They see their enemy's face.
They were very disciplined. I think they were like us. They looked like they were well-fed, very experienced. And they knew exactly what they needed to do and how they were supposed to be able to do it.
There was an awful lot of contact, and there were an awful lot of casualties. The weather was really bad, and so the helicopters were having difficulty flying, although we were able to evacuate most of our casualties.
Because of bad weather, getting fresh supplies, especially water, is not easy, but the Marines are inventive.
We started to run out of water. That was one of the key concerns that we had. Matter of fact, we had actually cleared a lot of stores. Hands Across the Sea store, liquor stores, buildings and different things. We started trading cases of beer and booze for water because we couldn't get enough water up.
When good weather allows them to fly, helicopters carry the wounded to nearby field hospitals.
We never got to know the names of the patients. We knew them by wounds. Like you could say, well, hey, Kerry, you know the guy with the sucking chest wound? Then you remember him. Or the guy with his legs blown off, you remember him. But names, you never remembered.
I can remember a Marine was brought in one time, and he had his both legs off at his calves. And he looked down and he said the first thing, I'll never be able to drive a shift car again. And you don't know what that does to you. It helps you to take care of those people because they were so good.
As the battle to take the citadel goes into the second week of February, North Vietnamese troops refuse to yield. The South Vietnamese realize airstrikes are necessary to win the battle. They change their military strategy, and on February the 14th, fighter bombers streak in to attack. Helicopter door gunners see North Vietnamese soldiers close up for the first time.
It was my first experience with actually seeing wholesale enemy on the ground. I had not experienced that previously. And when you're fired on, you return fire.
But air attacks alone cannot remove the North Vietnamese. Marine mortar barrages play an increasingly important role in dislodging the enemy. Forward observers often whisper instructions to mortar platoons.
They'd be whispering over the radio, and they were whispering because the NVA would be just yards away from them, and they'd call in a mortar barrage onto the street. They interviewed people that they had captured. They said, well, what has it been that caused the, give you the biggest fear, the most trouble? And they said mortars. They said the mortars, it just rained mortar shells.
No matter how heavy the constant shelling, house-to-house fighting is the only way to get rid of the North Vietnamese. For some Marines, their M16 rifles are not good enough.
The difficulties that we really had in the house-to-house, sometimes you'd run into hand-to-hand combat. So a lot of us started stealing shotguns, especially from the Army. And we'd use the shotguns because of the wider pattern going in. We'd start using a lot of things with flechette rounds so that we could ensure that when we fired into a building that we could clear it out and keep the enemy's head pinned down until we got in.
But driving the communists from their strong defensive positions is more difficult each day. Using neighborhood census reports, the North Vietnamese forcibly draft some young men in Hue to fight on their side.
We also ran into where there was a lot of conscripted people that had been chained to their machine gun nest so they couldn't run. We had run across several others that had been killed where we lost ground, and some of the NVA had cut off their genitals, had done other things to them, marked up their bodies.
And there is also no end to the number of dead and wounded Marines.
Well, we had a lot of casualties. Unfortunately, again, you just couldn't dwell on those circumstances, and some people just continued to fight, for days on end, even though they may have had minor wounds at that particular stage.
And then they would start shooting you from the rear, and you'd be caught in between a crossfire, and you'd have to fight your way back out. We also had a chaplain that had run up and back a couple times, and all of a sudden the chaplain was missing. We couldn't find him, and we found him with a gunshot to his head because the NVA had come around behind and shot him.
Reinforcements are needed daily, but they are slow to arrive. Marines elsewhere also need help, so those units in Hue still fight with too few men.
While we were in the citadel or in the compound itself, we probably at that stage were no more than at 50% of combat strength most of that time.
After 23 days of hard combat, the undermanned Marines finally reach their goal, the citadel. The red and gold flag of North Vietnam still flies.
We knew that they were inside it. We never dreamt they were in there in the magnitude that they were, and that they weren't going to try to get out. They were going to stand there and fight. So that was a process of doing it. And when it got all through, we devastated the city itself and their historical sites.
On February 24th, Tom Mitchell and his platoon breached the wall and advanced toward their objective, the North Vietnamese flag.
We just stormed up the top, yanked it down, we threw an American flag up, and I packed it up and threw it in my pack and said, "It's staying with me." Too many people trying to get to that darn thing because we could see it for several days just looking down the streets, and we'd only could move inches.
Once inside the citadel, the Marines meet the last of the enemy's resistance. American troops have momentum, and they keep fighting, forcing the North Vietnamese back, pushing them out of the walled city.
And we were halfway through and almost cleared it out, and we were told to back off. That the Vietnamese were going to come in and sweep through our lines, and they were going to be the ones clearing the actual citadel itself. So that occurred, and we were pulled out.
So, after 27 days of some of the toughest fighting in the Vietnam War, the battle ends for the Marines. Though victorious, they do not have the satisfaction of raising the American flag on top of the citadel. After losing 142 killed and many more seriously wounded, the tired Marines move out as fresh South Vietnamese troops move into the citadel.
And so the end result of that was that the city was ours. And then we packed up that very next day and went out on a sweep to the north of the city out there, and continued to move. And it was another day of your time that you had to spend in and out.
But there is something else, and that is what the North Vietnamese did to the people of Hue in revenge for not coming over to their side.
I remember running across some graves where the North Vietnamese had killed a bunch of civilians, or plus their own, and they'd thrown lime and just dug up graves and shot people and threw them inside.
Those graves proved to be only the tip of the iceberg. Years later, the people of Hue will discover even more executions. To this day, Hanoi denies committing the atrocities. By the end of February 1968, the Tet Offensive is all but over. However, for the military and the American people, the battles of Tet will resonate long past the winter of 1968. The Tet Offensive was a turning point in the war. It was a military victory for the U.S., but as the fighting played out on television sets in living rooms back home, that almost didn't matter. Some 3,800 Americans died in the battles that surrounded Tet, and thousands more were seriously injured. Tet became an enormous psychological victory for the enemy. Seeing enemy commandos inside the walls of the fortified U.S. Embassy sent a powerful message. Despite the presence of more than 500,000 troops, we were still vulnerable. It seemed to galvanize opposition to the war. Commentators, public opinion, and even President Johnson's own advisors began to believe that victory was impossible. Johnson announced he would not seek a second term.
I shall not seek, and I will not accept the nomination of my party for another term.
But for the men who fought during Tet, the politicians and policymakers seemed far away. As they had throughout the controversial war, they saw themselves as having a job to do.
You don't go out and say, I'm going to be brave today, I'm going to become a hero. It doesn't work that way. I mean, first of all, you're scared to death. And you're so scared you can't even think straight. But the Marine Corps has trained you in such a way that you're not allowed to think. You just perform, you have to act.
It was a challenge to do your job, keep everybody alive, and get back safe. We were very fortunate. Good Lord watched over us.
Heartbroken families dug up the remains of more than 3,000 people, some buried alive, others executed on the spot. These were people who did not accept communist rule and lost their lives because of their defiance. "1968 turned out to be the bloodiest year of the Vietnam War. More than 14,000 Americans lost their lives. Soon after the Tet Offensive, General William Westmoreland requested an additional 200,000 troops. But this time, Washington said no. And as more and more Americans came to believe the war was unwinnable, it set in motion what would ultimately be a 7-year-long disengagement from Vietnam, the longest and costliest retreat in U.S. history. That was the legacy of Tet. I'm Jack Smith. Good night. The air war over Vietnam. Supersonic machines and high-technology weapons. High hopes of a quick end to the fighting. And then, unexpected heavy resistance. Ultimately, success depends on the will and honor of the pilots themselves, and failure means death or imprisonment.
They wanted to take your dignity, and if they got your dignity and your pride, then they could make you do what they wanted.
Everybody, move out! Get out!
I'm Jack Smith, and these are stories of the Vietnam War, told by the people who know it best, those who fought it. I was one of them. We often talk about Vietnam as a guerrilla war, but more than any other war fought by the U.S., Vietnam was an air war. Hundreds of thousands of tons of bombs dropped and more than 3,000 U.S. aircraft lost during the course of the war. But the statistics only tell part of the story. A story of fighter pilots flying directly into heavy fire, of helicopter pilots who risked their lives to save downed airmen, of POWs standing together to survive the hardships of captivity. This is their story. The first U.S. airstrikes into North Vietnam come in the summer of 1964 as retaliation for an attack on a U.S. aircraft carrier in the Gulf of Tonkin. Then, after another enemy attack in early 1965, this time on an American base at Pleiku, killing 8 Americans and wounding more than 100, the U.S. responds again.
As a result of this action, elements of the U.S. and South Vietnamese Air Forces were directed to launch joint retaliatory attacks against barracks and staging areas in the southern portion of North Vietnam.
By early March 1965, the U.S. begins a formal bombing campaign against the North, codenamed Operation Rolling Thunder. Frank Tulo is a 25-year-old Air Force captain on his first combat tour when he was briefed to fly one of the early Rolling Thunder strikes.
I remember the name of the target. It was Zombang. It was an ammo dump right at just north of the DMZ. It was kind of great because we had gone to war and we had hit our first really hard target with a lot of flak. There was a lot of flak that day. But everybody was home, and that night we're drinking at the bar and having a good old time.
The strategy behind Rolling Thunder is one of gradual escalation, slowly turning up the heat on the North Vietnamese and forcing them to the negotiating table. But the U.S. is afraid of provoking the Chinese or Soviets, so President Lyndon Johnson holds back the bombing of key targets in Hanoi, the capital of North Vietnam. Instead, the Air Force and Navy focus on transportation links farther south. Paul Galante is 26 when he begins flying Navy combat missions from an aircraft carrier.
We had alternative targets in case the primary target was obscured, and we were cleared to fire on any rolling stock we saw, trucks or trains or any of that sort of thing.
Despite the dangers of flying over enemy territory, the pilots love flying and they love their aircraft. The most heavily used plane is the F-105 Thunder Chief, which flies 75% of all Rolling Thunder missions. Pilots call it the Thud. Veteran Air Force pilot Charles Vasiliadis flies early test missions in the F-105 to prepare it for its new combat role in the North.
There were thuds because early in the F-105 we crashed an awful lot of them. And so people would ridicule pilots. They say, "Oh, you thud driver, thud."
The F-105 is a single-seat, single-engine ground attack aircraft. It is armed with a cannon and can carry a Sidewinder missile, but it is essentially a bomber. Rolling Thunder missions probe ever deeper into North Vietnam. Flying closer to Hanoi means more danger. Anti-aircraft artillery, as well as Soviet-built MiG fighters, surface-to-air missiles known as SAM. The SAM drives the air war over Vietnam. To avoid their deadly aim, the American pilots drop down low, but this tactic makes the sophisticated fighter bombers vulnerable to small arms fire. That's just what happens to Fred Cherry, an experienced pilot from the Korean War who is now flying in Vietnam.
I was hit by anywhere from small arms to 50 caliber max, because I was just down in the middle of it. I could see the muzzle flashes from the rifles that the people were shooting at me.
Whether it is small arms fire, a SAM, or a MiG, enemy firepower starts to take its toll. Cherry, shot down by small arms, becomes a POW. Major Charles Vasiliadis is hit while flying 3 miles high.
As I started shooting, the airplane lurched a little bit, so I pushed the button down for stability augmentation, and the button came back in my hand. Now I'm not hard maneuvering. I look at the #1 hydraulic system and it's 0. And I made the decision, I'm too far north. If I bail out here, I'll end up spending the war, the Hanoi, Hilton, and I don't know when this stupid war is going to be over. So I figure I'm going to take a chance on staying with the airplane as long as it'll fly, and then take my chances on a high-speed ejection.
Severely wounded, Vasiliadis is rescued by an American chopper that reaches him just before the North Vietnamese. As soon as he is physically able, Vass is back at the stick of his 105. It takes a special breed to be a pilot in the air war.
You don't get into military aviation if you're a pessimist. I mean, it's a horrible way to die when you think about it, coming down in flames, and but that always happens to somebody else.
By the end of the first year of Rolling Thunder, more than 450 U.S. planes are shot down over the North. At the same time, pilots are hampered by the political restrictions on targets in and around Hanoi.
We could not penetrate. We couldn't go in there under any circumstances. And what that allowed them to do, of course, is to build up these tremendous anti-aircraft sites and missile sites.
For the war managers back in Washington, bridges are a favorite target. They can be justified as militarily significant, and they are unlikely to cause many civilian casualties. Some pilots disagree.
Bridges, lousy targets, quite frankly. We'd go after a little old wooden bridge when we have a real meaningful target. But there again, McNamara is going to win this war statistically.
And the reason was a sortie count. So they exposed twice as many aircraft to hostile fire to be put in harm's way just for a sortie count. Well, I thought that was very unfair to the jocks.
drop a lot of bombs, hit a lot of targets, even though they're worthless targets, and then statistically every measure of figuring out who's going to win that war would accrue to us. But he didn't seem to realize we're exposing valuable equipment, highly trained pilots, to hit crappy targets.
8 Air Force and Navy pilots die during early attempts to knock down one bridge in particular, the Than Hoa.
You know, we'd just keep on hitting the bridge, never knock it down, then repair the bridge, and we'd go back and we'd hit it again.
John McCain arrives in 1967, flying the A-4 Skyhawk off the aircraft carrier Forrestal.
And I remember when I first arrived how frustrating it was to be assigned a target that had been bombed 37 times before.
Every time we went there, somebody got shot down. They were just very, very tenacious, very gallant fighters. It was originally we didn't realize that. We went there thinking they were just backwards people, and we found out that they were very brave and loyal, I guess, to their cause.
Hampered by an enemy that is more resilient than expected and an administration that reins them in, pilots feel animosity toward the civilians who are shaping the strategy of Rolling Thunder. Steve Ritchie is the only Air Force pilot to shoot down 5 enemy aircraft in the Vietnam War.
I mean, either do it or get out. And it became very obvious to us as aircrew members with all of the restrictions that we had. There were times when we were fired upon, we couldn't fire back. Well, my goodness, how do you send someone into combat and tell them when they're fired upon they can't fire back? How in the world can you send someone into combat over North Vietnam and tell them that these major targets are off limits?
It takes 3 years, but by the summer of 1967, senior policymakers finally conclude that Operation Rolling Thunder has no measurable effect on the enemy. Not only have strikes failed to stop the flow of supplies to the south, the bombing has also had the opposite effect of boosting the enemy's confidence and his determination to fight. Before Rolling Thunder began, Air Force Chief of Staff Curtis LeMay made a controversial suggestion that success depended on all-out air bombardment of the North.
Kurt LeMay said, let's hit the dikes, you know, that because of the rice country, and flood the rice fields. We'll starve them into the Stone Ages. The hue and cry back home is, oh, what an animal. You know, that's so barbarous. Well, you know, you don't get involved in a war to be humane.
On March 31st, 1968,
Good evening, my fellow Americans.
President Johnson announces the halt of the bombing of North Vietnam.
Tonight I have ordered our aircraft and our naval vessels to make no attacks on North Vietnam.
And in November 1968, the strikes come to an end. For 3 years and 9 months, Rolling Thunder rains destruction on targets throughout the North. Over 300,000 tactical strikes and 2,300 B-52 sorties deliver more than 640,000 tons of bombs. These are bigger numbers than have ever been amassed by any Air Force in any war. But impressive statistics do not win the day. Hanoi and Haiphong Harbor remain off limits, allowing the North to maintain its ability to make war. The Americans will not venture another air campaign against the North for more than 3 years.
We could have stopped the aggression from north to south in 1964, 1965. We could have knocked out the northeast and northwest railroads coming into Hanoi to slow the flow of supplies. We could have taken out Haiphong Harbor, and there was probably a 90% chance of success that we could have stopped the aggression from north to south with air power and naval gunfire in 90 days.
The air war in the South is a very different story. It's one of close air support of American and South Vietnamese ground troops, a down and dirty war where the odds increase. The air war in South Vietnam differs sharply from the one in the north. Here, the flying is low and slow, with pilots operating close to the ground. Rolling thunder missions out of the north were supposed to have stopped the escalation of the ground war in the south. This does not happen. The ground forces, almost 200,000 Americans by the end of 1965, are sent to fight a new kind of war, which calls for a new concept in air power, air mobility. If the North will not stand and fight a conventional war, the Americans will go to them by helicopter. Air mobility will make more use of the helicopter than ever before in combat history, and Washington feels it is now only a matter of time before the enemy is on the run. Kho arrives in Vietnam to fly an Army helicopter at age 19.
We lived to support the grunts on the ground. We fed them and we medevaced them and we did everything that was done for them we did with our helicopter because there were no roads going in, whether it was daytime or nighttime. And we basically lived in sync with these men.
Air mobile operations in the South involve an enormous commitment of men and machines. The most important helicopter in the effort is the UH-1, known as the Huey.
I loved flying the UH-1P, and it was really a truck. We all knew it was a truck, and we loaded it to the gills with everything that we could. It would haul about 10 combat troops if it was running real good, about 6 if it wasn't. And we just absolutely loved those helicopters, and we flew them all day and maintained them all night, and we lived in them. Some of the pilots have extraordinarily high times of flying these helicopters because we basically lived in them all day long. And we hauled troops, we made combat assaults, we did our own medevacs, we did our own everything with our helicopters. And I, for one, thought flying a helicopter was the best job in the entire world, and had volunteered to go to Vietnam and volunteered to fly over there just so that I could fly that helicopter, just so I could be over there and do it.
Army pilot Mike Haas also flies Hueys. As a member of a helicopter group called the Robin Hoods, Haas carries troops into dangerous combat assaults.
We were dedicated to carrying infantrymen on what was subsequently known as search and destroy missions. Intelligence would give us some idea where the enemy might be or should be. We would fly from our base to a certain area, pick up infantry, and attack into landing zones as close to the enemy as we could get.
Getting troops into a battle area requires a team of helicopters descending on a landing zone, or LZ, in carefully coordinated assault waves.
Get over there, come on!
Bob Gibault watched the assaults from his gunner's seat at the open door of his Huey, or Slick, as the crews call it.
It was like a ballet. Okay, everything was coordinated. The gunships would be flying right alongside the Slicks, leading them a little bit.
The helicopters I flew that carried the infantry were nicknamed Slicks. We had one machine gun on each side of the helicopter for self-defense only. So I had 2 door gunners in the back and myself and a co-pilot in the front. So we would have my 9 helicopters coming into a landing zone with usually 4 gunships circling around, either attacking the landing zone in advance in case somebody was there, or responding to enemy fire when they did open up on us.
Our job, as the Slicks were being inserted into the LZ, was to lay down a tremendous volume of fire to keep the heads of the enemy down.
At 1,500 feet, you don't get much small arms fire. But where we were operating down in the jungle, down in the landing zones and stuff, I mean, you're a sitting duck.
There's virtually no protection on a helicopter. Quite easy to knock one down if you hit it in the right place.
As a chopper pilot, you are also closer to the harsh realities of war than any other member of the air war.
It's pretty hard to erase the memories of hauling dead bodies all day long in your helicopter.
is pretty hard to erase. You know, the fact that you're covered in blood all day long and the inside of your helicopter was filled with blood because the men you were hauling were pumping out of their arteries and stuff and was catching 120-knot slipstream and depositing itself all over the inside of the helicopter. And we would come back from flying these missions and get a water truck and hose out the inside of the helicopters so that we could get in and fly them back out. It's also kind of hard to forget, you know, a guy in the middle of the night calling on the radio saying, we're completely surrounded. If you don't come get us when it's daybreak, we're dead.
The war on the ground is fought at such close quarters that fixed-wing aircraft need help zeroing in on enemy targets. That is the job of the forward air controller. Piloting unarmed aircraft, usually a slow-moving Cessna, they look for enemy troops or friendly troops in need of help. Then, using smoke for reference, they call in and coordinate airstrikes. FACs, as they are called, are the guardian angels of the ground troops. John Flanagan arrives in Vietnam in 1966, flying as a forward air controller.
We were as much Army infantry as we were fighter pilots or jet pilots. And we had to be able to think from the perspective of some poor draftee on the ground who was getting shot at, who was frightened, who was scared, maybe bleeding, ambushed, panic setting in. So one of our first jobs that we had to do was we were that reassuring voice. We were his window to the outside world. He wasn't abandoned. They just loved the forward air controller. They said, "FAC, help me, please, FAC." Okay, and then you get them calmed down, and then you start to work. And that was part. We were as much counselor and psychologist as we were warrior.
Air support of ground forces simply cannot happen without a FAC's coordination.
The fighter bombers didn't have the appropriate radios to talk to the people on the ground. So we would be the intermediary, and then when the friendly troops would describe to us where the target was, or we could frequently find it, because as soon as the enemy saw us, they'd start shooting us. They'd hide until we found them, and then all hell would break loose, because they knew that there was a rule in Vietnam that no airstrike could be conducted without the control of a forward air controller. This is how we held down or minimized friendly casualties. That's why we put in so many airstrikes there without hitting any friendly troops or friendly villages, anything, because the forward air controller was intimately aware of that area.
You go to a certain locality, you'd contact the forward air controller. The forward air controller's got radio equipment, communication with the ground forces, and then he directs you where to go hit.
Okay, 6-1, I'd like you to put your bomb just short of 2.
And then they'd mark it with a white phosphorus rocket, hit my smoke.
I got your smoke still, right?
Early on, Charles Vasiliadis is flying close air support in the Sky Raider. A holdover from World War II and Korea, pressed into all kinds of service in Vietnam.
It had a reputation of carrying as much ordnance as it was heavy. And of course you could put centerline tanks on it and it'll stay up in the air forever.
The A-1 Sky Raider is ideally suited to close air support missions. Prop-driven and able to fly at slow speeds, it can stay aloft much longer than fuel-guzzling jets. It has endurance, and it can carry up to 4 tons of weapons.
And of course, one of our favorite ordnance loads was napalm and white phosphorus. The Sky Raider, for example, I'd carry a 150-gallon centerline tank, 2 750-gallon napalm cans on my stubs, and 6 500-gallon bombs on my wings, and 4 100-pound white phosphorus bombs.
Air support of ground actions takes many forms, but none more controversial than the missions flown under the code name Operation Ranch Hand. Ranch Hand pilots do not use bombs, rockets, or bullets. They do not see combat. They fly into battle zones to clear the jungle for fighting. Ralph Dresser heads Operation Ranch Hand and flies 350 defoliation missions.
We were in support of the American ground troops. That was our purpose, to help them
survive by cutting down surprise or ambush on them and giving them more of a chance. We defoliated every province in South Vietnam. We defoliated an awful lot in Laos, trying to uncover the many aspects of the Ho Chi Minh Trail.
Ranch hand pilots used a number of different chemical agents to thin jungle canopy and to destroy enemy crops.
The most notorious chemical that we used was called Agent Orange. It came in country in a 55-gallon barrel with an orange band around it.
Later, Agent Orange would be linked to health problems in ground troops who came into contact with it. But during the war, the herbicide, working along with Agents Purple and White, provides rapid defoliation in critical battle areas.
Once we sprayed this stuff on the foliage, you could see to the ground. You could tell where their camps were. You could tell where their supplies were. You could see the people. They couldn't move around unobserved. So that was the reason that it was used and that it was asked for.
Support from the air, be it ranch hand defoliation, close-in air support, FACS, or helicopter air mobility, proves highly effective. But air power does not change the outcome of the war, and many airmen become POWs. Every pilot and flight crew member who flew a combat mission over the North knew full well it was dangerous business in the face of anti-aircraft missiles and gunfire. A successful airstrike and safe return to base was only one of several options. They hoped for the best, and they trained for the worst. The story of being shot down over North Vietnam is one of sudden and dramatic reversals of fortune. One moment, these pilots are in the cockpit of some of the world's most advanced planes. The next, they are prisoners of war, ridiculed by the North Vietnamese and tortured by interrogators. This part of the air war is not a story of fast flying and high technology. It's the human story that picks up where the machines left them off.
When I rolled in over the target, there were lots of surface-to-air missiles in the air. I released my bombs, and just as I released the bomb, surface-to-air missile hit, took off the right wing of my aircraft.
I got hit in the engine, the generator exploded, lost all the instruments, and then it snapped hard to the right, the fire warning light, and black smoke coming in the air conditioning vents.
Big giant fire light, it seemed about that big that day. And I said, lead, this is 2, I'm on fire. I
noticed there was smoke in front of the instrument panel coming up in front of me. And I reached over to turn off some electrical switches, which I felt would solve the problem. And as my hand got to the switches, the aircraft exploded.
And then I ejected, and it was a very violent ejection.
I broke my arms and hit my knee very badly.
And I had a broken ankle, broken wrist, and my left shoulder was just smashed up.
When I was in the chute, floating down, the one thing that kept going through my mind for the first 10 minutes was, this can't be happening to me. This cannot be happening to me.
At this point, only one of 2 things can happen. The downed pilots will be rescued, or they will be taken prisoner. When 6 105s are shot down over the North on July 27, 1965, Captain Frank Tulo is the only one picked up.
My first concern was that nobody knew exactly where I was. And having been involved in these rescues before, I knew it was very important to know exactly where that man is. I could see Hanoi in the background. I could see the city. I could see a little farmhouse to the west of me that was not too far away, a mile or 2.
It becomes a race between Tulo's rescuers and the approaching enemy. Captain George Martin, pilot of a new long-range rescue helicopter, the Jolly Green Giant, receives a call for help on his radio.
They called us and said there was a big shebang going on up north near Hanoi, and people were getting shot down.
Martin is based in Thailand and has never been involved in a rescue so far into North Vietnam, but he sees no choice.
Because that was his only chance. There was no other helicopter could reach him. So we cranked it up and it sat there, and believe it or not, just like John Wayne, I said, well, you can't live forever, and I shoved the stick forward and we went.
This will be the first of some 1,500 recoveries made by Jolly Green Giants during the war. Back on the ground, Frank Tulo did not know if anyone could get to him.
To be perfectly honest with you, I was interested in the one-man truce with North Vietnam. I was not going to do battle with 17 million people. And the only time I was going to fire that gun was if somebody was between me and a chopper.
Tulo reaches Martin by radio and gives his location. The drama is far from over. They drop a cable to haul him up, but the winch breaks. Then the engine starts overheating. With Tulo hanging on the end of a 50-foot cable, Martin shouts to his crew chief.
I asked him again, how far off the ground is he? He had a horror dragging him through the trees, because you don't know exactly what the terrain is, or what the trees are, or anything else, or what kind of shape he's in. You know, he might be about ready to fall off the rope, and then one more little twitch and he's gone.
While this was happening, I would look down every now and then, but every time I looked down, I'd see these little puffs of white smoke in the grass everywhere. And I didn't like that because it was people shooting at us, so I stopped looking down.
Martin is able to carefully set Tulo and the chopper quickly down in a nearby field.
So I slapped the thing in the ground.
Something happened. Although there was a lot of noise and a lot of dust being picked up, I realized something to my right had happened.
He just dove right through the door.
As I jumped into the chopper, I looked forward, and I could see the two pilots. And the pilots were crouched down, and they were hiding. And it dawned on me that they were hiding because somebody was shooting at us from that farmhouse.
So then everybody's hollering, let's go, let's go, let's get off the ground. And they're pulling ropes and cables, and Frank in the door, and one big jump, and off we went. That's when we smiled.
But often the enemy beats the U.S. rescuers to the scene, and pilots become prisoners of war. The majority of American POWs are Air Force and Navy pilots downed over North Vietnam.
I came down right in the middle of a whole slew of armed peasants who were really not crazy that I had just arrived in their country.
The crowd was very hostile. They began kicking and beating me. I was bayoneted in the foot and in the groin. Another smashed my shoulder with a rifle butt.
And they wanted to take my boots, and they took my anti-G suit off and almost stabbed me doing that because I was trying to cut it off.
They captured me almost immediately, tied me to a tree, and lined up like a firing squad.
They all of age carried rifles.
I just didn't like to see them all shaking with their fingers on the triggers. I'm sure they were getting ready to shoot when what looked like a regular army guy, he was all in brown, came up and made him stop.
After I was being so belligerent, they just let me keep my boots, which did help because my ankle was broken, and to have the boot laced around my ankle was better for walking because I had to walk a couple miles.
We started the march north. It was about 100 miles. It took 12 days to get there because we could only travel at night.
And they were gong ringing and everything up ahead, and they were signaling somebody through the gong communications that I was coming.
They marched me through that village and got paraded me in front of it in my underwear, and the women and kids were out there throwing stones and rocks.
The POWs are taken to the Wa Lo prison, which they dub the Hanoi Hilton.
I was thrown into a cell as soon as we got into the what we called Heartbreak Hotel. It was part of the huge Hanoi Hilton complex. It was the initial interrogation wing, and they threw me in a cell and forgot about me for 3 days.
A couple nights and days they was beating on me and banging my head on things.
I was in very bad shape, so it didn't take a lot of interrogating. They would slap me a few times and I would go in and out of consciousness.
I went to my first interrogation, which lasted several hours, up in Hanoi with a camp commander we called the Bug, who was the most sadistic individual I ran into in North Vietnam.
Dum Dum was my menace. Oh boy. Dum Dum and I went around. He issued more punishment for me than anybody else in the camp, because we couldn't be across the desk for 5 minutes before we'd be at each other's throat. And he didn't like me and I didn't like him.
It was about 3 days of interrogation and learning the ropes so to speak. They were the rope torture trick they used to make you do things you don't want to do.
And I ended up with a punctured lung, which I had to have surgery, which I had to remove my 7th rib to get in to do the surgery. And that was because of the ropes and the tying me up and all this stuff.
I was bound and determined they weren't going to get anything out of me, and got wrapped up in the ropes for it seemed like forever. It was probably more like 45 minutes or an hour. And the same thing happened inside in the South, was blood circulation gets cut off, your hands turn black and they clench up. And it was described by Jim Mulligan, one of the PWs, as a pain that's so terribly intense that if you had your baby there, you'd throw the baby in the fire to get them to take the ropes off. It's an incredibly painful experience.
Enemy captors tried to break the will of the pilots and turn them against one another. But the downed airmen maintain unity and support through constant communication via a tap code.
When I arrived there, the tap system was in place. And what it is, we took the alphabet and put it in a grid, 5 by 5 grid. Leave out the letter K, because if you really needed K, you see.
Everybody learned the tap code within a very few days of getting there, and the POWs had been shot down before. It took unbelievable chances to teach the new guys the tap code because it was a lifeblood.
We just tapped the grid, and after a while it becomes, you could do it as fast as one typing practically.
I'm sure they knew we were communicating. I don't think they realized how well we could communicate.
Along any wall, you can tap from one end of the building to the other and be heard rather clearly. Just put your ear there, or we used a cup sometime. And another thing we learned, we could talk through a wall that's 19 inches thick, through a cup, or cup your hands, and it would be heard on the other side.
I was in solitary confinement, but almost always in constant communications with other POWs. So the fact that I lived alone really didn't mean that much, in the respect that I was, except for a few occasions where I was physically separated from everybody else, I was always in communication with my fellow POWs.
And even if it was just one sentence a day, tap through, how you doing? Fine. I mean, that was a big victory because we beat the system. And we knew that there was another American on the other side of that wall who knew that I was fine, or I knew that he was fine.
It's the most important thing we had going for us, communicating. That's the most important thing, and that's why they tried so desperately to take that away from us.
You had to stand up, because they wanted to take your dignity, and if they got your dignity and your pride, then they could make you do what they wanted.
We would communicate at all costs, and we paid to, but we did it.
Some of the POWs held the longest were shot down in the first days of the air war in 1965. Now, a second air campaign, beginning 7 years later with a new all-out bombing strategy, holds the key to their freedom. In April of 1972, President Richard Nixon responds to increased communist aggression in the South with renewed airstrikes against the North, ending a 3.5-year bombing halt. Nixon also mines Haiphong Harbor, the main entry point for Chinese and Soviet ships, which supply much of the North's advanced weaponry. Codenamed Operation Linebacker, the new air campaign picks up where Rolling Thunder left off, but with fewer restrictions on targets. Pilots are elated to finally be allowed to go into North Vietnam full tilt. Steve Ritchie and Chuck de Bellevue remember a very unusual briefing for their F-4 squadron in 1972.
On 16 April, we knew there was a special mission. We didn't know what it was.
Briefing boards were covered by curtains, so nobody knew where we were going, and nobody had any idea where we were going.
And when intelligence rolled back the board, the big briefing board.
Gentlemen, your target for today is downtown.
And the target was downtown Hanoi.
It got so quiet in the room you could hear a pin drop.
Finally, we were going to go be able to do what we'd been trained to do all these years.
Colonel Gabriel got up and said, "Guys, we've been waiting for this mission for a long time. Let's go do a good job. Take a look at the guy sitting next to you. He may not be coming home."
During Operation Linebacker, the fighter bomber used by the U.S. is the F-4, with a new and deadly arsenal of laser-guided smart bombs. Marshal Michel flies F-4 Phantoms during Operation Linebacker.
Many nice things about laser-guided bombs. First of all, they hit. The second thing is you can drop them from very high altitude, which keeps you out of anti-aircraft fire.
Some of the same bridges that had seemed invulnerable earlier in the air war can now be taken out with these new bombs.
On the 10th of May, 1972, Colonel Carl Miller, leading the 8th Attack Fighter Wing, with two 2,000-pound laser-guided bombs, took out the Paul Dimmer Bridge. And that was essentially the beginning of high-tech combat.
Soviet-built big fighters are out to intercept and engage the F-4s, but dogfights are not the top U.S. priority.
Our main mission was air to ground, dropping bombs, not how to dogfight it.
But Ritchie and de Bellevue often have no choice but to dogfight with the enemy MiGs. In July of 1972, the two aces score a remarkable victory.
The 8th of July mission is really an example, a perfect example of how it all comes together. This was the most perfect mission that I ever flew. And that day, we downed two MiG-21s in a low-altitude dogfight in 1 minute and 29 seconds.
The F-4 crew puts its Sparrow missiles to a use never before seen in aerial combat.
Picked up a radio call from the disco controller over 100 miles away.
And all of a sudden, our radar controller says, "Paula," which was our call sign that day, "Paula, you're merged." Which meant, on his scope, we're both us and the MiGs on the same piece of sky. He can't tell us any information other than, "Heads up, they're among you."
We did not have a visual. As you can imagine, we really began to look around.
Nobody sees anybody. And we're moving around. You never go anywhere in an F-4 in a straight line.
Made an immediate left turn from a heading of east to a heading of north.
I look up, and there's a black fly speck on a white cloud at 11 o'clock.
Their tactic was to take off, come out parallel to our inbound track, turn in behind us either high or low, get supersonic in our 6 o'clock in our rear quarter, fire their ATOL heat-seeking missile, and dive away.
And what this lead MiG did was he came by us, shot a classic Soviet J-leg tactic. He wanted us to follow him, and his buddy was going to come in and shoot us down. Except we didn't take the bait.
After a lot of high G-force maneuvering, Steve Ritchie finally gets a radar lock on one of the MiGs.
As soon as the lock came on, Chuck said it's a good lock. That's what I needed to know before squeezing the trigger.
The technique is squeeze, release, squeeze. And as soon as the first missile is gone, it automatically steps to the second missile, and you've committed that one already.
By the way, the Sparrow missile at that time had an 11% PK, probability of kill, which wasn't very good, 11 out of 100.
The MiG was in a 5G turn, so what we saw was the top of his airplane.
From canopy to canopy on the first pass until the first missile impact was 47 seconds.
The second missile went through the fireball, both ends burned. At that point, we thought that the other MiG would blow out of the fight and be gone, because that's normally what happened. And instead he stayed.
That day we had 3 perfect missiles under maximum performance, minimum range conditions.
The time that it took from the black fly speck on that white cloud to the second MiG-21 blowing up was 1 minute and 29 seconds. That is the longest 89 seconds I've ever spent.
It's sort of like being in an arena where living or dying depends on winning or losing. And when you win and you live, that's a pretty exciting feeling.
During Linebacker, the formidable B-52 was put to greater use than ever before. The B-52s can destroy a sizable box of North Vietnamese territory in one bombing run. important both tactically and psychologically.
The boxes that they used were essentially a mile by half mile. So you could take out railroad stations, transshipment points, and things like that, I mean, just with a few strikes. And the specter of actually moving these things into a city must have been really frightening.
But the heavy B-52s are vulnerable to the enemy's anti-aircraft fire and surface-to-air missiles. William Seward pilots B-52s out of an Air Force base in Guam.
We were basically defenseless, particularly on the bomb run, because once you're on the bomb run, it's straight and level. And it was one of those situations where, who was it, LeMay used to say, just chomp down on your cigar and fly through the flak. If something got in your way, that's unfortunate.
During Linebacker, the U.S. flies more than 40,000 sorties and drops 125,000 tons of bombs. In October 1972, North Vietnam communicates its willingness to negotiate a peace settlement. The bombing is no sooner halted than the talks break down, and by December, Nixon responds with a massive, unrestricted air campaign, sending B-52s into Hanoi for the first time. It's called the Christmas bombing.
As we went in country, of course, the entire northern portion of Vietnam was blacked out. You couldn't see anything on the ground. And as we approached Hanoi, you could start to see all of the tracers, the AAA, and then, of course, as we approached the targets, the SAMs started going out. And my thoughts were, this looks like Disneyland on the 4th of July.
Weather was a real problem, which was one of the advantages of Linebacker 2 with the B-52s. B-52s have an all-weather bombing system. They don't care. I mean, they bombed every day, and the weather was crummy, as I mentioned, except for 2 days. They were up there every night.
We knew we had a lot of POWs up in Hanoi, and we felt this was our opportunity to make our contribution towards the end of this war and to bring the POWs home.
At the Hanoi Hilton, the POWs witnessed the attack with elation.
That Christmas, I don't even think too many of us were concerned about what the Christmas food's going to be like. Not like the other Christmases, because it was something to occupy us, and they were those B-52s, and we loved it.
In the first few nights, it was very exciting, because to see a plane on fire from 32,000 feet falling in flame is quite remarkable.
More than 200 B-52s fly over 740 missions during the Christmas bombing. 15 are shot down by surface-to-air missiles, 9 during the first 3 days. The pilot in charge of Tom Cloman's B-52 reported that the sky was thick with SAMs.
My crew flew 5 nights out of those 11 days. Flew 3 more times after I got shut down. Out of those five missions, he counted 90 SAMs go by his cell. So you can imagine, you're dodging a little bit, yeah.
When some of the other B-52s did get hit, it would certainly, it would really light up the sky, unfortunately. You know, guys with their bomb bay doors open, taking the hits from the SAMs, it's going to cause quite an explosion.
On the 3rd night of the bombing, Tom Cloman and his co-pilot are the only ones who survive a SAM attack. He doesn't remember much about ejecting.
The force of that ejection sometimes can black you out. I'm not sure if that's what happened or if I hit the airplane. I don't know.
Cloman survives his descent and joins the ranks of the very men he was trying to save, the POWs. On December the 29th, 1972, after U.S. planes dropped more than 20,000 tons of bombs on Hanoi in 11 days, Linebacker 2 ends. The North Vietnamese agree to return to the negotiating table. From the American point of view, they have finally been bombed into submission.
I think it's pretty clear that at that point we had raised the level of pain on the North Vietnamese, that they had said, we can't stand this.
But the North Vietnamese also claim victory, because Nixon soon signs the accords that end America's involvement in the war. From the point of view of the American POWs, the Christmas bombing is an unqualified success, marking the end of their captivity.
Within 48 hours, according to the agreement, the North Vietnamese had to tell us the agreements had been signed, and they did. They got us all together in a big group in the middle of the camp, and the camp commander read the agreements to us, so we knew we were going home. And basically the first group was going to leave 2 weeks later, and I was in that group. The psychiatrist said we were all supposed to be basket cases. That's what they told our families, and yet we came back fairly normal.
There is not a shred of doubt in my mind that the Christmas bombing brought the Vietnamese to their knees militarily and also brought them back to the negotiating table. But I'll tell you, what the B-52s did that Christmas of 1972 was remarkable. After the first few nights, they completely neutralized the Vietnamese air defenses. They couldn't defend themselves. And it was obvious to us that the war was over.
From the start of the bombing campaign of the North in 1965 to the end of the U.S. combat role in 1973, American planes flew more than 500,000 combat missions over North Vietnam. There is no question that those missions made a difference. The debate is over how much of a difference. The lesson of the air war in Vietnam was realized 15 years later in the Persian Gulf. When Saddam Hussein's Iraq invaded Kuwait and threatened Saudi Arabia, a UN coalition, led by the United States, responded with airstrikes against Baghdad and other strategic targets. Using precision-guided weapons and night vision devices, they left much of Iraq's capital in ruins. Once air power had softened Iraqi resistance, the ground war lasted only 100 hours before Saddam Hussein surrendered. The success of the Persian Gulf War was based on the legacy of the Vietnam War. Some find it tempting to wonder if the ultimate outcome in Vietnam might have been different had the full fury of American air power been called in earlier. It is a possibility that still haunts many of the pilots and airmen who fought so bravely in the skies over Vietnam. I'm Jack Smith. Good night. Dangerous and controversial secret operations.
Every day somebody that we knew would either get killed or wounded, and we put them on an evacuation helicopter, never to see them again.
If these men are killed, their existence will be denied. They are the unsung soldiers and covert operatives fighting Vietnam's secret wars.
Everybody, move out! Get out!
I'm Jack Smith, and these are stories of the Vietnam War, told by the people who knew it best, those who fought it. I was one of them. While the Vietnam War was playing out on television screens in living rooms across America, there was another war going on, one that few Americans ever knew about, a war in the shadows. These clandestine operations involved assassination, kidnapping, and cross-border incursions into neutral territory. The veil of secrecy continued to be maintained long after the war ended. But now, the secret soldiers in these covert operations are telling their chilling stories, many for the first time. The country of Laos is strategically important to the North Vietnamese, and it's equally as important to the United States. From the correct vantage point, the easternmost part of the country, one can see deep into North Vietnam, the perfect spot for a radar station to guide U.S. bombers. But since Laos is neutral, any such site must be top secret and manned by non-military personnel. As the air war heats up in the summer of 1966, and U.S. bombers work their way further and further into North Vietnam, the United States chooses the perfect site in Laos, just 150 miles from Hanoi, on a rugged mountaintop more than 5,000 feet high. Phu Pati, or Sacred Mountain, is dubbed Lima Site 85 by the military. A tactical air navigation station, or TACCAN, is placed at the mountain summit. The high-tech radar equipment must be manned by Air Force technicians who volunteer for their assignment. Stan Sliz has never received combat training, but he volunteers for the dangerous mission.
We had to go through an interviewing process, and I imagine the suits that interviewed us were CIA types. They made sure that we were quote-unquote patriotic and the kind of people that they wanted to go to do this kind of thing.
John Daniel is married with 2 children when he goes to Lima Site 85 in 1967.
And you look around at all the people in the briefing room, you've never seen so much talent in one location in your life. It was, quote unquote, the pick of the crop out of the whole combat evaluation group, which had some 20-odd radar sites around the United States.
The mission is so secret that the men officially retire from the Air Force and then are rehired as civilians under contract to a private company. The process is called sheep dipping.
You go in and in military uniform, change all of your clothes out, get rid of all identification, dress in civilian clothes. Everybody put those on and picked up the Lockheed employee identification card and out the other door and on a chopper, and we're going north.
Sliz and his crew leave for Lima Site 85 in the fall of 1967.
I remember that first trip when we were going up there. Everybody was pretty jolly and joking until we crossed the river. Then it got very somber. It was like there was a curtain over Laos.
Despite the danger, the men quickly settle into a routine.
Well, it was just a normal get up in the morning. We cooked our own breakfast. Well, our cook was John Daniel. And so he cooked breakfast. Usually it was French toast and Spam and coffee.
Before he volunteers to go to Lima Site 85, Jack Starling is an Air Force instructor in survival training. He is 21 years old.
There just wasn't a lot to do up there other than working on your equipment. The radar people stayed a little busier than I did because they worked 24 hours around the clock.
Stan was the controller. He's the one that did the actual talking to the air crews. He controlled the aircraft, and he pointed it to the target.
I would drive them into that drop point and tell them, give them a hack. Just take them right down and say 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, hack. And that's when they would pickle their bones.
The guidance from the men on Lima Site 85 is so accurate that the bombs rarely miss their targets by more than 25 feet.
Up north out of Thailand, came right over our site because the TACCAN was the last position that they had. And it was quite a sight to see them flying right over the deck because they would swoop down after they got over the mountain. And you could stand out there and look down at this whole force of, it made you feel pretty awesome to see them swooping down through the valleys.
Lima Site 85 is protected by a sheer cliff on one side. Landmines and CIA-led Thai mercenaries protect them on the other. In all, 16 Americans man the site. They are told that they are safe from attack.
They had told us how secure this thing was, and then after you get up there and look at it, you could think how easy it could be secured, which it wasn't.
All the activity on top of the mountain does not go unnoticed by the enemy. The North Vietnamese begin building a road toward the mountain in order to bring in artillery for a major attack.
We knew that the enemy was coming. We could see them on the other mountains around us. You look out through binoculars, you could see them. They'd throw a finger at you, you'd throw a finger back at them, you know. That kind of stuff.
By early 1968, 23% of all strikes over North Vietnam are under the control of Site 85's radar. The site is considered so essential by the United States government that President Johnson is personally reviewing the effects of its work.
The first report the President looked at every morning when he went to his office was the report from Lima 85. Give you a good feeling. The President looks at what you did yesterday, this morning, and last night. First thing he does before he even has coffee.
The enemy is desperate to put a stop to the site's work, but their road has yet to be finished. So they attack using a small biplane, which is shot down by the Thai mercenaries.
Looked up and here comes a biplane. What in the world is this doing here?
I said, my God, this is Spanish War, Spanish Civil War.
They were throwing grenades and mortars and whatnot out of the window, out of the door.
And it jerked like this and fired a salvo of rockets right over the top of our equipment.
Thai soldiers shot them down with pistols and machine guns.
I think he probably got one round in the pilot or two, but shot the aircraft down and it crashed down in the valley below.
To the U.S. government, the attack signals that Lima Site 85's time is running out. The men are issued weapons and survival vests, and a second radar crew is sent in so that bombers can be directed against North Vietnam around the clock. None of the men have been trained for combat. On March 10, 1968, with the North Vietnamese road nearing completion, there are reports that the enemy is likely to attack. To make matters worse, a secret cable arrives from Washington to hold at all costs. The men hold a meeting to decide who will stay on the site.
This was about 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and we were in the process of grilling steaks out there outside the radar unit.
And so we're all sitting there talking about the situation is getting grave. We're going to get evac'd out. Do we want to get evac'd out tonight, or do we want to get evac'd out the next morning? And to a man, we said, well, let's spend the night. We've got targets fragged for the night. Let's do that, and we'll get out of here first thing in the morning.
And I know to this day, and if it was to do over again, I'd do the same thing. Let's drop some more bombs on them. Let's kill them. That's what we've sent up here for.
And just as we were getting ready to break this off, this loud explosion occurred out the door.
That kind of broke up the meeting. There wasn't no more discussion about who was going to leave or so forth. And so we kind of all took cover.
The first barrage lasts 3 hours. A dozen Air Force men are killed. In the lull that follows, several technicians return to the site and manage to keep directing bombers to their targets.
The way we were set up, I felt pretty secure with all the rounds that was going over us, and it couldn't actually get to us from the way they were firing.
But the fight is far from over. As North Vietnamese troops overrun the site, the remaining Americans take refuge at the edge of the cliff.
So we went down into a little nook, cranny, cave, except it wasn't a cave, just a little overhang over the trail, kind of.
The 5 of us squeezed into that little hole. That was just barely enough room for 2 guys. It really wasn't the greatest spot, but it seemed to work well for most of us. About 2:30 in the morning, we heard the voices of many people, and they weren't speaking English, so we knew we were in trouble. And that's when all hell broke loose. They opened up on us from all over.
Lots of small arms, and hand grenades going off, and we knew at that time there's nobody going to get out of here alive.
I wasn't waiting for anything. I thought I was dead. That thought flashed through my mind, so this is what it's like to die. I wonder what the final feeling's going to be.
In the second barrage, both Sliz and Daniel are hit in the legs. One of their cave mates dies in the blast.
I reached a threshold of pain that I just didn't feel anymore. You know, it was just the nuisance. It was like standing in a heavy rainstorm. Grenade, I couldn't get a hold of it. I was thinking about trying to jump at it, and I couldn't move. And John said, "Here, grab Hank, he's dead." And so I took Hank, and I went like this on top of this grenade, and it blew me back, and I woke up, you know, after the concussion, pieces of Hank all over me. But we didn't get killed from the grenade.
Using an emergency radio, Sliz manages to make contact with U.S. planes circling overhead, and he calls for maximum firepower.
And lead dropped his, and then number two, and then everything was deathly still. It was just, I thought I'd gone deaf. I couldn't hear a thing. Just ringing in my ears. And then heard this. I said, "That's a chopper." So I got on the radio and talked to these guys. And he says, "You got any smoke down there?"
I think I had one round left in my weapon. Best aircraft I ever flew on. I guarantee told you nothing.
Jack Starling remains trapped on the mountain and wounded.
I just stayed there and kept still because I didn't have anything to protect myself with or anything.
Finally, at great risk, a helicopter comes and rescues Starling.
He couldn't land. They had to take me up by a rope, the wire rope. It was too close to the edge of the mountain.
Following the evacuation of Lima Site 85, U.S. planes bombed the installation for a solid week in an effort to keep the equipment out of enemy hands. Because of the secret nature of the assignment, the participants are never given the full recognition their valor deserves. They only receive Purple Hearts for their injuries, but none of them has any regrets.
I was there to do a job, and I think all of us, when we had chances to discuss what we were doing there, we were all of the same mind, that we thought that we were doing something good. And we were prepared to stay up there as long as it took to get the job done. I don't think anybody ever thought about going back until the job was done.
Well, it was good, and yes, even today, if I was physically able, I'd go back if needed.
Lima Site 85 is lost, but the cover of neutral Laos is crucial to another highly secret operation, one which involves small teams of American soldiers working with local tribesmen to gather intelligence, kill, and kidnap the enemy. Beneath triple canopy jungle, in a country officially off-limits to both the United States and North Vietnam, a secret war is being waged. The foliage conceals an elaborate network of supply roads used by the North to transport weapons and troops to South Vietnam. Known as the Ho Chi Minh Trail, these roads are the backbone of the North's ability to make war effectively. If the United States is going to counter the North, they will have to cross borders into neutral territory. To do this, the military forms a crack, top-secret unit. The men are drawn from the ranks of the Special Forces, Green Berets, Air Commandos, and Navy SEALs, and cloaked with a purposely dull name, the Studies and Observations Group, or SOG. They volunteer with a firm commitment to serve, but with an unclear idea of what they will do or where they will go. John Plaster served 3 tours in the war and recalls his first SOG briefing.
Behind him was a curtain with top secret on it, large bold letters. He announced, "Gentlemen, welcome to SOG," and he jerked the curtain aside. Behind it was a map of Southeast Asia. And because we were there to fight the Vietnam War, we're all ready to look at this map of Vietnam, but it was not a map of Vietnam, it was a map of Laos. With all these little red boxes where SOG recon teams were at that moment monitoring and conducting operations along the Ho Chi Minh Trail.
As a young boy, John Caviani immigrated from Europe to the United States. By age 20, he lived here long enough to want to fight for America's freedoms.
It was an obligation that I had to my country, you know. Anti-war, I was a farm boy. Anti-war didn't mean much one way or the other. I never really questioned the validity of the war because I believed that much in my country.
John Frescura is a Special Forces demolitions expert who joined SOG in 1967.
I think it's just personal challenges, and you see other people doing things. It's the old story of why would you want to jump out of a normally functioning airplane? Because it's a challenge to be airborne, and it was a challenge to go in Special Forces.
Bob Donahue joined SOG in 1968.
It's just hard to explain to people what we went through. I was 21 years old at that time. I was at an impressionable age, and of course we all thought we were infallible.
SOGers work closely with local Montagnard tribesmen who have a long democratic tradition of electing their village chiefs and are fiercely anti-communist. The Americans teach them modern warfare and form a tight relationship with the tribesmen they call the Little People.
You develop a pretty strong bond with the people because you're going out on operations, you're eating, sleeping together, fighting together, dying together.
After being fully trained, 8 or 9 tribesmen team up with 3 Americans to form an elite team of secret commandos. The strategy is two-pronged: gather intelligence and create chaos within enemy ranks.
Our interdiction efforts against the North Vietnamese were vital. What roads are they using now? That isn't something you could always tell by flying over the top of it and taking aerial photography. You had to have the feet on the ground, the eyes on the ground, and that's what these guys did. And they did it exceptionally well, to the point that the enemy had to start bringing in companies and battalions. These are guys that aren't out fighting somebody else. They're looking for us.
SOGers operate black, wearing uniforms stripped of all trace of whom they're fighting for. Craig Lansing completes his Special Forces training in 1966 and volunteers for SOG the next year.
So we wore black uniforms, and when we went over the border, we never wore any kind of identification. Dog tags, ID cards, rank, or anything. So it had no way of knowing who we were.
Jack Singlaub, a veteran of secret wartime operations dating back to World War II, heads SOG in 1966. He is one of the few high-placed military and civilian leaders who know of SOG's existence. This allows deniability.
We could actually deny an operation if it were compromised without people knowing who are in the government whether it was true or false, because if you have it staffed in the normal way, it means that you've got hundreds of people in Washington who know about the operation, so it's pretty difficult for the president to deny it.
So they can move quickly and easily, most SOG reconnaissance teams are kept small. Any more than 6 men would require a second helicopter. Occasionally, the mission requires a larger group called a hatchet force. These teams consist of 20 to 40 men whose job is sometimes to aid a recon team in trouble and at other times to look for trouble on their own. Harry Van Winkle leaves Texas for the Army at age 19. 6 years later, he is a SOG team leader.
The Hatchet Force was designed primarily, number one, to exploit targets of opportunity that were located by the recon teams, and to go in and secure downed aircraft, to go in and secure locations where a contact had taken place and where we had lost someone.
SOGers also practice the dark art of PSYOps, or psychological operations, counterinsurgency techniques designed to terrorize the enemy. One of the most classified, codenamed Eldest Son, involves booby-trapping captured North Vietnamese ammunition.
Eldest Son was a black operation that, with the help of the CIA and SOG headquarters in Saigon, would take captured enemy munitions, mortar rounds, anti-aircraft shells, ammunition for AKs, and they would remanufacture the ammunition.
The booby-trapped ammunition is then placed back in the original containers, and a SOG team places it in ammunition caches behind enemy lines.
So then they would take that ammunition, load it into their weapons, and then when they go to shoot at U.S. forces, the ammunition would explode inside the weapon. The weapon hopefully would destroy the person operating it.
SOG uses many methods to create disruption in enemy ranks. A kidnapping can have this effect and can provide valuable information as well.
There's no intelligence source so good as a freshly snatched enemy prisoner of war. You're deliberately making contact with the enemy behind his lines where he's concentrated, and when we ambushed him and snatched one of his own people, and he knew it, literally they would come after you with thousands of troops.
In March 1970, John Plaster's team plans to ambush a North Vietnamese truck convoy in Laos and snatch the lead driver. The team slips past enemy patrols and waits for the trucks along the trail.
I will always remember the vision of those headlights coming at us, because you could see them in the darkness for probably 10 minutes before the trucks got there. You know it's coming. You're just waiting and waiting and waiting. It's a little like watching a distant locomotive approach.
Plaster lays mines for the lead truck, then positions himself nearby. When the truck blows up as planned, Plaster's team moves in.
We were up, assaulting, and had the driver out of the truck in perhaps 6 or 7 seconds from the time that we detonated. He just had no time to resist, which was part of the plan. If you give someone enough time to resist, that's when they do a foolish thing, pull a grenade, pull a gun, try to run for it. But when you overwhelm them so quickly that they don't even know what's happening, and already you've got them face down on the Ho Chi Minh Trail, handcuffed, and you're leading them away, that's how you have a success. And indeed, our operation was a great success.
SOGers and others who operate clandestinely in Laos suffer some of the worst casualty rates of any group in the Vietnam War. They also receive some of the highest honors. Though SOG's ranks are few in number, an astounding 10 Medals of Honor are awarded to these men. These men say it's just a job, albeit dangerous, and it's one they very much believe in. And the difference between life and death is a mix of courage and simple luck. Take, for example, John Caviani's defense of a remote radio relay site called Hickory Hill in June of 1971. Caviani realizes that an attack by the enemy is inevitable.
I was so sure we were going to get hit. I wrote my father the night before and sent it out, day before, and sent it out on a helicopter letter, telling him that this would probably be the last letter he would get from me.
The enemy attacks in the early morning. By the afternoon, the camp is almost destroyed. He calls for choppers to evacuate the dead and wounded.
I guess it's about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They call in and they say, okay, John, this is the last helicopter. And I got 17 little people. I got actually about 26 little people. I got 4 Americans.
After the chopper leaves, only Kaviani, his American partner, and a few tribesmen remain.
Started to turn around to get out off the bunker. I got hit in the back, and it went all the way up to my neck, threw me off the bunker.
Kaviani tells the remaining tribesmen who try to dress his wounds to run for their lives. Now, just he and his partner are left on the mountain, trapped in their bunker and surrounded by more than 85 North Vietnamese.
I said, now if anybody comes in, I'll kill them. Don't shoot, because they don't know we're here. And as luck would have it, the first 2 guys through the door, one of them's no weapon, and the other one's got an AK. The one in front's got a flashlight shining about that far. So I let him go, because he doesn't have a weapon, and my threat's the second guy. So I stabbed and killed the second guy. Turned around, grabbed the first guy, and my partner let loose with a 30-round magazine. So they knew where we were. So next thing, and I didn't realize it, but there was an air hole in the back of this bunker. It was 1 sandbag big. Hand comes through it and got a grenade in it and drops it. Well, they drop it right between Jones's legs, and it goes off. He says, I got to surrender. I said, I'm dead. Just keep that in mind, I'm dead. So he ran out. Unfortunately, when you're surrendering, it's not a good idea to call him an MFer, which he did. And they shot and killed him dead on the spot, blew him back into the bunker.
The North Vietnamese set the bunker on fire, then leave, thinking the fight is over. Kaviani passes out until daybreak.
Well, I've got meat hanging off my hands from being burned. And I'm kind of holding them up like this because this fog that's coming through feels pretty good on my hands. And all of a sudden there's a pair of legs there. Because the bunker is half underground, half above ground. And this guy decides to come in and loot through all the deals. And he does. And I reach up and grab a piece of cardboard. And I get behind it, and I got it with my fingernails, and I pulled out my knife. And the poor guy just comes up and goes, brings it down, and I stabbed him and killed him. And I crawled over the wall and then started escaping and evading for the next 11 days. Finally got captured by a little old guy about 78 years old with an old Finnish rifle, just as scared as I was. I had no weapons. And then they hauled me up north. I spent a couple of years in prison up in North Vietnam, and I got released in 1973 and was presented the Medal of Honor for actions up on Hickory in December 12, 1974.
What drives men like John Kaviani and the Studies and Operations Group to volunteer for some of the most dangerous missions of the war, knowing that if they fail, they die, and if they succeed, there will be no public recognition of their exploits?
I think the majority of us fought for each other. There was intense team loyalty. People were risking their lives, not for some abstract patriotic goal. They were risking their lives for the best friend they ever had, and that is a guy on the team with them. And there was always the knowledge that what we did was truly important.
You go look at that long black wall in Washington, D.C., and there's a whole lot of our guys on it. They did it because of what we thought we could do, which is save Americans' lives by telling them what's coming down the pipe. And we hung our butts out to do that.
Covert operations like SOG do not become public until years later. But an operation run by the CIA, one of the most controversial of the entire war, falls under the glare of public scrutiny and allegations of assassination and torture. The CIA calls it Operation Phoenix. It is a counterinsurgency program designed to cleanse loyal South Vietnamese villages of Viet Cong infiltrators. It will be charged later that it's a vehicle for political assassination and torture. Operation Phoenix begins in the early 60s under a different name as a controversial plan to counter terror with terror. In the hamlets of South Vietnam, villagers can be allies or enemies. Warren Milberg works for the CIA in the early days of the Phoenix program in 1969.
Everything was foggy in Vietnam. Policies were foggy. Operations were foggy. Nothing was really clear. You didn't really clearly know who the enemy was.
The enemy here is not North Vietnamese Army regulars, but the Viet Cong, the shadow government and secret army of North Vietnam operating throughout the South. Some Viet Cong live in the jungles. Others infiltrate the villages, leading double lives. Citizens of the South by day and revolutionaries of the North by night. Phoenix officers are given the tricky task of sorting these Viet Cong from the loyal villagers.
It was not uncommon, and did in fact happen on a couple of occasions, that we in our little compound in Quang Tri were attacked by women and children. We had a little guy who used to deliver bread, French bread, little baguettes of bread in a bag every day, and one day, instead of delivering baguettes of bread, he delivered hand grenades that he threw over the wall. Children that had somehow been perverted into a combat role.
The Viet Cong are elusive to the Americans, but their presence is very real and brutal for the villagers of South Vietnam. John Cook is an Army intelligence officer who works in the Phoenix program at the district level.
It was part of the doctrine to sacrifice a certain part of the population to send a message to the other part. And their principal weapon of choice was terror, that they would go into a hamlet and village and tell the people, we don't want you cooperating with the government. If you do, we're going to come back and we will kill your children. This wasn't an idle threat.
Phoenix officers work with South Vietnamese police and intelligence agencies to identify Viet Cong, then mount operations against them. It is a painstaking process.
You would gather your own intelligence, you would refine it, and you would act on it. In one operation may be successful. You would get, you would make a capture, or you'd capture documents. They would lead you somewhere else. So you would go wherever the evidence would take you. And slowly a picture would emerge of the Viet Cong structure in your own district.
We would attempt to determine how accurate the information was. Is that we had a name, we had a place, and was this person really a Viet Cong, or was this person's name on this list for the wrong reasons? The wrong reasons could have been anything you could guess at, from somebody reporting somebody because they didn't like them, because they stole their pig, or they were growing rice in a place where they shouldn't be growing rice, or they really were a Viet Cong infrastructure member.
Once a suspected Viet Cong is identified, he or she is captured by any means possible.
By whatever means possible either meant that a U.S. military unit would be assigned the task, or that a South Vietnamese police or military unit would be assigned that task, or in some cases members of the Provincial Reconnaissance Unit, which were mercenaries hired by me and paid for by the CIA, would be used.
The CIA call it neutralizing the Viet Cong, but what exactly does that mean? Much of the controversy surrounding the Phoenix program turns on this phrase. Bruce Lawler joins the CIA in 1970 after graduating from college.
To neutralize did become a buzzword. It became a hot button, and I probably shouldn't use it. But the reality is what we were trying to do was to decrease or eliminate the impacts of this political structure on the people.
Most of the operations were clearly geared to capture. And if that didn't succeed, then you would try something else. But the name of the game was to take him out. And the first choice would be capture. The second choice would be killing.
In one case, Cook and his South Vietnamese team identify a Viet Cong assassination squad and successfully launch a military operation against them.
We actually had lists for the first time of who their potential victims would be. And the satisfaction of knowing that rice farmer would not die because we had actually eliminated these guys, it's probably one of the most satisfying feelings you would have.
Phoenix teams try to capture the VC alive, then persuade them to defect. Defectors provide valuable information about Viet Cong membership and guerrilla tactics, like how to breach the defenses of American camps. But many hardcore VC resist and fight rather than trade sides. John Cook and his team track a notorious VC leader to a tunnel, then ask him to defect. The man begins to fight. Cook's team responds by throwing a grenade into the tunnel. The VC leader is pulled out, mortally wounded, and asks his captors a question.
How bad am I? And the reality was he was very bad. He was going to die. And he asked my counterpart, Lieutenant Howe, if he would do him the honor of killing him. And Howe did. Took out his .45 and shot him in the head. I think that was a very profound scene that I witnessed. You know, you could argue was that a war crime? Probably was. But I don't think any of us at the time thought so.
When the Viet Cong are successfully captured, they are taken back to province headquarters for interrogation. Some VC fear that they will be treated as harshly as their own units treat uncooperative villagers. Nelson Brickham was one of the early architects of the Phoenix program.
They came into a province interrogation center, for example, scared witless. They were frightened. They were expecting torture. They were expecting to be beaten. And instead, they got in there and they got medical care if they needed it. They got some decent food, which they've been eating on rations of rice for God only knows how long. And they were not treated roughly. And they would spill their information just like that. It was not a problem in most cases.
Press reports of innocent civilians being killed by CIA mercenaries reach the United States, and Congress demands an explanation. In 1970, William Colby, the CIA station chief in Saigon, attempts to defend the program.
To capture, rally, or kill members of the enemy apparatus.
But the CIA is too closely tied to what the public feels is a morally corrupt operation. Feeling the heat from the public outcry, the CIA relinquishes leadership of the program to Army intelligence by 1973. Operation Phoenix, for all the controversy about excessive brutality, has a positive side. It helps stave off the defeat of South Vietnam at the hands of the Viet Cong and the North Vietnamese.
On an individual level, I think the service there was honorable. I think that the folks that I know that worked in the programs that I worked in were good men. We made mistakes. Sometimes we went in the wrong direction. Sometimes there were people that were hurt. But we were in a very dirty, nasty, difficult conflict, and I think they fought it honorably.
Secret CIA operations began in Vietnam in the early 1950s. In one, just now coming to light, the CIA infiltrates hundreds of South Vietnamese agents into the north. All are killed or captured. Long before the Vietnam War becomes a very public war, long before any U.S. troops become involved, the CIA is secretly working with the South Vietnamese, trying to hold back what it sees as a communist tide. In one of the secret war's earliest operations, dating back to 1961, the CIA begins parachuting Vietnamese agents into the north to set up undercover bases of resistance. Hung Tran is one such agent. Born in North Vietnam, he comes to the south and is recruited by the United States in 1958.
We weren't supposed to know the real names of all the people, but I can say that the people who trained me belong to the CIA.
After 2 years of training, Hung Tran sets out in a boat to infiltrate North Vietnam.
It was about 1 o'clock in the morning when the crew dropped me on shore. It was very dark and very quiet. Because I had never done this before, I didn't know what was about to happen, and I was so scared.
His job is to recruit and train agents in the north, but on the second day in Hanoi, he realizes he is being followed.
I spotted 5 different people who were following me. I acted like a tourist and visited different places in Hanoi in order to elude the secret police. But after being in Hanoi for about a month, they discovered my secret plan and they captured me.
Sedgwick Turison is a former intelligence officer who investigated Hung's story while working for a Senate subcommittee.
Some of those operations had gone in successfully, 1960, 1961. Hung's was part of the program as part of the failures that began to creep in. Because from 1961 onward, when they sent a guy up north, he never came back.
In another mission, a 6-man team is to set up networks of agents and destroy communications installations.
I was dropped into the north by air on June 28, 1964. But when we landed, they fired shots at us, then surrounded us, and my whole team was captured.
Vu Van Chi is a member of yet another team of secret commandos, codenamed Team Hector.
Before I left for the north, I visited my parents. Normally, in my profession, I cannot tell anyone about what I do. But this time, I did let my father know that I have a mission, and I will be back within a couple of months.
His team is transported by helicopter into the north.
My team was surrounded by a regiment, and we fought with them until the next morning. They called for reinforcements and surrounded us. Then they captured us.
The CIA knew by 1961 that the Northern Vietnamese Intelligence Service was capturing the teams and forcing them to operate their radios. Because fortunately, enough of the teams were able to tell their controllers back in Saigon, we've been captured and we are being forced to transmit.
Several things made us suspect that there was a double agent within our headquarters. The enemy already had our landing coordinates, and they were able to capture us as soon as we hit the ground.
That should have sent a warning message, a very strong warning message that there's something wrong.
The project is turning into a rout at the hands of the enemy, and by 1963 it is transferred from CIA to Pentagon control.
And CIA wants out of there. They're out. Give this to the military. Well, what they gave the military was a bag of worms. It was something that wouldn't work, but that Robert McNamara convinced the president that it would. It was a hoax.
There was great pressure from Mr. McNamara directly for us to increase the number of those teams. I attempted to point out that these were not a particularly effective device for gathering intelligence. We were losing far more men than I felt was worthwhile.
Instead of abandoning the program, U.S. authorities see an opportunity to use the agents to spread disinformation without telling them. And more teams are sent to meet their certain fate. Inexplicably, the operation continues for 7 more years.
What we learned actually many years later is that the reasons that they were being captured almost upon arrival is that there had been a serious penetration by the North Vietnamese into the office of the Prime Minister.
The result of having such a well-placed mole is death or years of misery for almost all the agents.
After they arrested me, they interrogated me, but I didn't give them any information. So they tortured me. They beat me very hard. Hopeless. I was very hopeless. But at the same time, I was also very hopeful. I am a Catholic, and my Catholic faith helped me to get through those times. And I also began to understand the ideal of human freedom, democratic freedom. Those two things together helped me endure.
Their families are informed that the agents have been killed. Even though the U.S. and South Vietnamese governments have good information, they are alive.
The reason being that we knew they were alive is because the North Vietnamese announced over the radio, either in English over the Vietnam News Agency or Radio Hanoi domestically in Vietnamese, that here was a team who'd been captured. They read the names of the people.
By 1973, with the signing of the Paris Peace Accords, American prisoners of war are returned home, but not the Vietnamese agents. 325 of them are jailed in North Vietnam, and the U.S. government does not acknowledge their existence. And yet, most of the men remain loyal to their country, to the United States, and to the job they set out to do.
I am very proud of my mission, and I still believe in it. I work for freedom and democracy, and oppose communism. I'm very proud of that. The only thing that I didn't agree with is the way the Americans treated me.
Special operations, covert operations, is a tough business. You get high losses. And guys don't come home. And you expect that. You don't want it to happen. But you don't throw away 500 guys. That's wrong.
With the passage of time, the jailed secret agents are eventually released from prison in North Vietnam. Many have served 20 years. It has been more than 25 years since these covert operations, but even now, as more and more details of the secret wars are coming to light, they are the most controversial of the many ways America waged its war in Vietnam. After Vietnam, questions continued to be raised about secret operations. Congressional hearings in 1975 shed new light on the CIA and its clandestine operations, including assassination. Later, in the 1980s, the Contra War in Central America began as a covert operation run by the CIA, and Congress once again raised questions about secret methods. Despite these controversies, many feel that some secret actions do have a place in a free democratic society, even today.
If a hostile foreign power acquired a chemical agent and we believed he was about to use it against the United States, should we wait until they use it before we act? Or deniably, covertly, preemptively strike them, prevent this agent from being delivered? Well, we're big boys and girls here. You're not going to allow someone to turn loose nerve gas in the United States city before you act, could you?
While the debate continues to swirl over the secrecy and sometimes violence of covert operations, it is easy to overlook the heroism and the bravery of the soldiers whose stories are just now emerging from the shadows. I'm Jack Smith. Good night. 1975, the North Vietnamese army heads south on its way to capture Saigon.
Fear, just incredible, and it was like a chain reaction.
South Vietnamese civilians and army deserters flee from the onrushing invaders. Anxious crowds hammer at the gates of the American embassy, hoping for a way out.
The terror and fear in people's eyes, particularly those that were outside, was obvious.
April 30th, 1975, as the enemy approaches Saigon, after more than 20 years, the war is about to end.
There was a panic at first, and then it was almost a sort of fatalism took over. The end was inevitable, and there's nothing they could do about it.
I'm Jack Smith, and these are stories of the Vietnam War, told by the people who know it best, those who fought it. I was one of them. Tonight, we'll look at the tumultuous end of that war in April 1975. There are stories of tragedy and broken promises, but also of courage during chaos and lives touched by uncommon bravery. By 1973, the last American combat troops were gone from Vietnam. The Americans still there were advisors, embassy workers, and guards around U.S. installations. And by 1975, Hanoi was ready for the last push south, the final offensive. Early in March 1975, North Vietnamese troops capture the central highland city of Ban Mi Thuot, 165 miles northwest of Saigon. Hanoi's strategy is to cut the country in half. South Vietnamese morale is poor. Many units have not been paid in months. With no U.S. troops to stiffen them and facing Hanoi's cracked divisions, the South Vietnamese army breaks. And South Vietnamese President Thieu unaccountably orders the army to abandon the strategic Central Highlands. Frightened refugees and soldiers clog the roads across the center of Vietnam and south to Saigon. By March 16th, the flight of panicked Vietnamese becomes known as the Convoy of Tears. Ken Kashiwahara is there for ABC News.
All you would see would be people carrying what looked to be everything they owned on their backs, or pulling it along carts, heading south. I mean, it was an incredible convoy, if you will, of people who were abandoning their homes, abandoning the safety of wherever they lived, and just moving. I'm not sure whether they knew where they were moving. All I think they knew was they were moving south. And so the roads were just clogged with people carrying anything they could and heading south.
Demoralized Southern soldiers lead the flight through the mountain passes of central Vietnam as North Vietnamese troops continue their relentless march toward Saigon. Walter Sparks, a Marine Guard stationed at the American consulate in Da Nang, 380 miles from Saigon, recalls the mood of the people.
You could see that panic. And it was almost like they didn't need to run, but because everybody else was running, I'm going to run too. A lot of soldiers would throw their uniform away and their weapons, put on their black pajamas, and go home.
Frank Snepp, a CIA military analyst in South Vietnam, knew earlier than most that the South Vietnamese army would not stand and fight.
The CIA at the end of March, 1 month before the end, predicted that the South Vietnamese army could not hold, and it made a lot of sense because half of it had already collapsed in one 2-week period. I flew over the retreating South Vietnamese army in the northern part of the country, and they were literally running into the surf.
The army just kind of busted up, and everybody, the Vietnamese took their families with them. So they clouded Highway 1, which is coming into Da Nang, coming south. And I went up with an Air America pilot, and we could see what they call the Hai Van Pass. which is coming out of Highway 1 on down. It was just thronged. And I said to myself then, he and I both said, this was all she wrote.
In December 1974, feeling confident it can end the war, Hanoi decides to test Saigon's and America's will. That month, North Vietnam captures the sparsely populated province of Phuoc Long, only 66 miles north of the capital. To Hanoi's surprise, the South Vietnamese and the United States do not react to its bold move. Meeting with little resistance, North Vietnam then launches its massive conventional armored assault against South Vietnam. Its troops are all regular army, thus ending the myth of guerrilla warfare forever. North Vietnamese tanks overrun one city after another. The old imperial city of Hue, mostly destroyed during the Tet Offensive in 1968, is shelled, and now there are more than 250,000 frightened refugees jamming the road south. With no American troops in Vietnam, Congress has drastically cut money and supplies to Saigon. Under attack, the South Vietnamese military is fast running out of arms and ammunition. South Vietnam's President Thieu orders his armed forces to abandon Hue, 398 miles north of Saigon. On March 26th, 16 days into their offensive, the Communists raise their flag over that ancient city for the first time since the Tet Offensive. It is now impossible to stem the flow of refugees as the people move headlong down the coast. As many as 6,000 Americans, among them government officials, construction workers, and journalists, still remain in South Vietnam. They begin to worry about their fate, but all they can do is watch and wait, unsure of the outcome. General Homer Smith commanded troops in Da Nang in 1969 and 1970, and he is now the United States Defense Attaché to the South Vietnamese government.
When the North Vietnamese closed the Hai Van Pass, people had to come out by ocean, and so it was almost another Dunkirk. The capabilities of Da Nang were just not enough to support that big a population, and so we actually sent merchant ships up there to help evacuate the people who were coming out.
People of all ages crowd into small boats, barges, and freighters that choke the coastline.
So chaotic that there were people throwing babies at the barges and missing, and the babies were falling in the water, and we're letting the women up with babies, and some of the old people first, and we'd take the baby, put them in a water bucket, and pull them up to the side of the ship. In the meantime, their mamas would get up the side, and we'd have to beat back some of the other people. They were really panicking. They were afraid we were going to leave them.
Chaos mounts at the Da Nang airport, where people are desperate to get out. George Esper covers the story for the Associated Press.
One evacuation plane from Da Nang had a South Vietnamese clinging to the landing gear. And it was that kind of panic, I think, that really lost the war. The scenes were tumultuous.
Private individuals try to help. World Airways President Ed Daly offers to evacuate high-risk Vietnamese civilians who work for the Americans and fear reprisals from the North Vietnamese. Hysteria results when almost 300 men, mostly army deserters, force their way aboard Daly's plane, the last evacuation flight to Saigon. March 30th, Da Nang falls. South Vietnam's second largest city, only 380 miles from Saigon, is in North Vietnam's hands. Nothing except time stands in the way of Hanoi's headlong drive toward the capital.
When Da Nang fell, the South Vietnamese army gave up. That's when it really went into disarray. There were thousands of desertions, and the commanders were bugging out and trying to flee, and there was no one in command.
They were panicking and mad at the same time. The way they treated their own people, they didn't bother the Americans. But the way they were treating their own people, I saw them slap them, hit them with rifles, shoot them, break into stores, just basically do whatever they felt like they wanted to do.
The North Vietnamese and the Viet Cong were sort of taking over the country, and it seemed like from the top to the bottom. There's sort of this wave coming down the country. And at one point I remember we flew up to Quy Nhon, which is on the central coastline. Spent the night there. There was no, people were just leaving the city.
Off in the distance, I can hear artillery fire, and that just seems to quicken the tempo of exodus from this city.
So I remember going to the airport and finding the airport absolutely deserted. The control tower was deserted. Everybody was gone because the North Vietnamese were coming into the town.
Kashiwahara and his crew talk their way onto one of the last flights to Saigon.
I sat on the floor and flew back to Saigon. So I think beginning at that point, it was clear to me that the whole country was sort of crumbling.
Though many Americans and Vietnamese know the country is doomed, there are still American officials in the capital who hide from the truth. Ambassador Graham Martin tries to deny the possibility of the coming defeat.
The ambassador had imposed his view on the American community, trying to convince all of us to stay calm, not to panic, not to pack up, because he felt that would send the wrong signal to the South Vietnamese themselves. So very few of the Americans in the official community really knew what was going on.
There's no television. There were damn few radios. There were no newspapers. So the only words they got were through the grapevine and down that way.
The mood was otherworldly. I had a sense that no one really appreciated the danger. I, since I was reading all the intelligence, had a totally different view, and I began to get very concerned that this imposed sense of unreality would cause us never to plan for an evacuation.
But General Homer Smith is handling the evacuation of South Vietnamese who have an American connection, either through work or marriage. Everyone fears a coming bloodbath by the marauding North Vietnamese. Initially, Smith and his staff fly out some 200 Vietnamese a day. But with the North Vietnamese army getting closer to Saigon by the hour, General Smith keeps evacuating more refugees. On April 2nd, Ed Daly of World Airways again decides to assist the evacuation on his own. This time, he flies out 58 orphans who would be left behind when Saigon falls. His unauthorized flight gets so much publicity, it becomes a goad to action inside the Ford White House. The State Department tells General Smith to start evacuating thousands more Vietnamese orphans. On April the 4th, 1975, a specially equipped Air Force C-5A transport is loaded with 226 orphans, most of them babies. Escorting the orphans to their new homes in the United States are 77 Americans, most of them secretaries from the U.S. Embassy. So begins Operation Baby Lift with fanfare and hope. But once in the air, the flight is in trouble.
Got out over the South China Sea, about 20,000 feet, and the rear ramp blew off. When it did, it damaged the control surfaces on the tail.
With his plane in distress, the pilot makes a decision to turn back to Saigon.
The young captain who was flying it turned it around, brought it back into land, and he lost it short of the runway, short of the Saigon River, jumped the river, crashed, and that was it. I recall my exec coming in and saying, "Boss, we have a disaster. The C-5 just crashed toward the air base," and you could look out and you could see the smoke coming in.
138 die in the crash, including 78 orphans, 39 civilians and military, and 11 crew members.
We set up a morgue over at the Seventh-day Adventist Hospital, brought bodies over there. We had a few survivors, and they were taken to the hospital. It was a shattering incident.
Marine Steve Hasty takes part in the rescue operation and cannot forget what he saw.
I can remember when we were taking the body parts off the helicopters. We would run forward with stretchers and basically just scrape the body parts off the deck of the helicopter and onto the stretchers, and then cover it with a sheet.
Although the first baby lift is an unexpected catastrophe, the United States continues to successfully fly out thousands more orphans. On April 4th, the day of the baby lift disaster, President Thieu goes on television and attacks America for letting down his country. He blames his military and his people for fleeing the communist juggernaut, but he never accepts responsibility for his own failures. Calls for Thieu's resignation grow louder, but he holds fast to his weakened presidency as the communists race towards Saigon, where people wander the strangely quiet streets of the city. The mood is uncertain. Hundreds of thousands of people and South Vietnamese troops converge on the capital. The United States prevails on South Vietnam to seal off the city so it will not be overrun with refugees and become even more impossible to govern. Though South Vietnam is on the brink of disaster, there is still no announced plan for the evacuation of the more than 6,000 Americans who remain in the country. But in the South China Sea, more ships join the U.S. 7th Fleet every day. By April the 7th, only 28 days after the start of the communist offensive, everyone waits for the Americans to begin their own evacuation and finally abandon South Vietnam. Everyone waits to see how long it will take Hanoi to capture its most coveted prize, Saigon. Of the first week in April, North Vietnamese troops control most of the country north and west of Saigon. They are closer than ever to taking the capital. Then on April the 8th, there is a stunning event.
Saw this jet airplane flying very low. And jet airplanes don't fly over the city. They never had before. And then I saw something falling out of this airplane down in the area of the palace. And I said, oh my God.
And all of a sudden, 2 bombs dropped off of it. And I'm going, I don't believe this. And about that time, boom, boom, they landed over the palace.
The presidential palace. It is an ominous attack.
That was a shock because, first of all, the Viet Cong and the North Vietnamese didn't have airplanes, so there was never any fear of attack from the air. It was always on the ground.
Behind the controls of a captured American jet is a dissident South Vietnamese Air Force pilot, not the North Vietnamese. The damage to the palace is slight, and President Thieu and his family escape injury, but it does not help morale as people wonder what will be next.
The airstrike on the presidential palace signified that there was no impunity for Saigon. Even the palace itself was vulnerable.
After weeks of refusing to see the oncoming defeat, people sense the end is near.
People actually thought there was going to be a bloodbath. Even to this day, I'd never seen anything like this. The fear was just incredible, and it was like a chain reaction.
but there is still some fight in Saigon's troops. Starting April the 10th at the town of Xuan Loc, only 38 miles northeast of Saigon, 5,000 South Vietnamese army troops go into battle against 40,000 hardened North Vietnamese soldiers.
I will hold Long Can. I will knock them down here, even if they bring here 2 divisions or 3 divisions.
Though these South Vietnamese forces give Saigon a burst of hope, the battle at Xuan Loc will be nothing more than a holding action. Everyone now wants Thieu to resign, everyone except the American ambassador, Graham Martin. He says Thieu is the only president South Vietnam has, and he should stay in office. Ambassador Martin, who has been out of the country recuperating from an illness, takes an unrealistic view of Saigon's impending fate.
He'd missed the first part of the communist offensive. And I said, Mr. Ambassador, half of the South Vietnamese army is gone. He said, well, Frank, I think not. I think your intelligence is mistaken. So the ambassador had a different point of view, and why not? His son had died in Vietnam. He was a co-warrior of the old stripe, and he was determined to hold that line. He wasn't going to give up South Vietnam.
And he was not going to plan for, let alone order, an evacuation. Martin believes if people see America planning an evacuation, it will create panic. No matter what Martin thinks, some American officials take action without his knowledge or approval.
Most of the evacuation plans were done by my staff. We were the ones that were interfacing with the Marines and with the Navy. In fact, the ambassador was not overly enthused about an evacuation.
Tony Wood, a member of General Homer Smith's Special Planning Group, makes the evacuation plans.
All evacuation planning under General Smith went underground and was largely done in secret from the public actions taken at the embassy. General Smith ordered the evacuation. He was in charge of the evacuation preparations, which were not briefed to the ambassador because of the ambassador's insistence that no evacuation would be planned.
At first, no one knows who the evacuees will be or how many will be allowed to leave.
We identified about over 25,000 people for which the U.S. had responsibility to evacuate from Saigon. And what followed, what was called the black evacuation and the unreported evacuation, in which that actual community was reduced to about 5,800, or somewhere close to that, for the final evacuation.
Plans go forward. There are briefings on meeting places, secret bus routes, and secret messages to be broadcast over the American radio service. Bing Crosby singing White Christmas be the signal for everyone to leave, and leave quickly. Wood trains volunteers in secret to handle the evacuation.
The fact that we had volunteers and not military personnel was because the ambassador would not permit any active evacuation planning or training. So we had to make do with American citizens who would volunteer to perform the evacuation of the American mission.
As the North Vietnamese close in on Saigon, many believe the final evacuation will come sooner than anyone expects. April the 15th, the Communists blow up the ammunition dump at Bien Hoa Air Base, only 22 miles from Saigon. April 16th, over Graham Martin's objections, President Ford tells the American embassy that all non-essential persons must leave Saigon. April 18th, an advance guard of North Vietnamese soldiers attacks the outskirts of Saigon. By now, the Communists control 2/3 of the country, and the main North Vietnamese force is only 100 miles from the capital. April 21st, after 11 days of hard combat at Xuan Loc, the remaining 600 South Vietnamese troops go down fighting. Xuan Loc falls. That night, President Thieu goes on television and in a final scathing anti-American speech, he resigns as president of South Vietnam.
When I arrived at the house, at the mansion, all of a sudden a number of Thieu's aides came running across the driveway with bags, heavy bags. And you could hear the tinkle of metal hitting metal like wind chimes. He was moving his gold out of the country, reportedly $14 million worth. Then I caught the whiff of whiskey in the car. Thieu had been drinking heavily. He had shipped out most of his favorite art to Hong Kong. He was moving his gold out of the country, and he started weeping. He started weeping.
Thieu is a broken man fleeing a country on the brink of defeat. Despite Ambassador Graham Martin's futile hope of a peaceful settlement, on the streets and around the American embassy, the number of people clamoring to get out increases tenfold. Hanoi is ready to move in for the kill, while Saigon and Washington hold their breath. It is April 21st, 1975. President Thieu is gone, but the North Vietnamese will not negotiate with his hand-picked successor, nor with the Americans. Hanoi's ultimatum: all Americans must leave. It even delays its final push into Saigon to give them time to get out, but the evacuation is already underway. By April 22nd, 1975, only 44 days into their assault on South Vietnam, Hanoi knows it can easily take the capital. But it delays a final military strike, fearing American reprisals if Americans die in their attack. In Saigon on April the 25th, Colonel Harry Summers assesses the mood of the capital.
It was almost sort of fatalism took over. The end was inevitable, and there's nothing they could do about it. And there was some quasi-panic at the U.S. Embassy, probably people trying to get in the embassy, but the rest of the town was quiet. I mean, very quiet, as a matter of fact, strangely quiet.
In Washington, President Gerald Ford and Secretary of State Henry Kissinger are nervous.
So we were getting all these calls from Washington saying, get this person out, get that person out, get the other person out. They had lists of people they wanted to evacuate it. So we ran a lot of, I guess what could be called black operations of picking people up, specific people, and evacuating them.
Despite careful planning, there is no guarantee if and when there will be a mass departure of Americans and Vietnamese.
We fully assumed after about the 20th of April that it could come at any time. We were literally sleeping in an hour or so at a time from that day on because of the tense situation in the country.
Despite the fear and tension, the flights from Tan Son Nhut Airport outside Saigon, protected by U.S. Marines, are still orderly. People wait 3 or 4 days to get out, and there is no panic. But for the final evacuation to run smoothly, the planners have other concerns.
Our concern in Saigon was that you cannot predict the rate of collapse, and the city was so large and had the population so intense at this point that we thought we would only have, at best, 12 hours after we began in order to complete our actions.
The strategy is to move people by helicopter and buses to the airport. They select more than a dozen meeting places and pickup points. They name bus routes in Saigon after trails of the Old West, Chisholm and Oregon. And who do not know how to drive a bus become drivers.
The whole concept here was to try to bring out as many people as possible on the evacuation routes using armored buses, which we had armored inside so they didn't show. That worked, as it turned out, pretty well.
In the last days of April, Big Min, a former general and an opponent of Nguyen Van Thieu, becomes the leader of what remains of South Vietnam. Hanoi is willing to negotiate with Big Men, but the superstitious general will take office only when the planets are properly aligned. but Hanoi cannot wait. In the pre-dawn hours of April 27th, enemy rockets hit Saigon's waterfront, partly destroy a Saigon slum. The noose tightens around the desperate city. Saigon is very tense. John Valdez is one of 11 Marines at the American Embassy, where crowds gather hoping for a way out.
There were people all around all the gates in the embassy, you know, people trying to get out. And there was a lot of traffic. I remember that very well, which made it very, very hard for some of the vehicles that were still evacuating people to Tan Son Nhut, or even the buses, made it very, very difficult for them to move.
At Tan Son Nhut Airport, Marine Ted Murray senses a mood of uncertainty as people still wait calmly for the next plane out.
Everybody had a fatalistic attitude of, this is the end, let's get out of here. Everybody knew from the past couple of weeks that it was just a question of time. How much time do we have? How much time is left? How many people can we get out? Everybody wanted to get out.
April 28th, Hanoi blasts Saigon's Newport Bridge with rockets. South Vietnamese troops clash with North Vietnamese infantry trying to cross the bridge into the city. Early on the morning of April the 29th, communist rockets fall on Tan Son Nhut Airport.
Well, one of those rockets blew my wife and me out of bed. I heard them coming in. It shook us up. We were not hurt. We got up, we got dressed, and we went over to our operations center.
The rocket attack at 0400 on that morning was a wake-up call that the end was closer than we all thought.
Those rockets take the lives of the last 2 American soldiers to die in combat in South Vietnam. Marine Corporal Charles McMahon Jr. and Marine Lance Corporal Darwin W. Judge take a direct hit on their guard post near the main gate of the airport.
It brought home the fact that what was going to happen, what could happen to all of us, the severeness of the situation, and the fact that this wasn't a game, this was something that had finally touched us. It wasn't across the street now. 2 of our own had died, and it kind of sobered us up.
Ambassador Martin decides to see the damage for himself. His Marine bodyguard, Colin Broussard, is with him.
We locked and loaded our rifles and machine guns, and we went down the main street to Tan Son Nhut Air Base. At that time, artillery rounds were landing on the air base. Smoke was coming up from some of the destroyed aircraft, and the ambassador could see firsthand what was going on.
Clearly, the runways are beyond repair. And after conferring with General Homer Smith, Martin calls Secretary of State Henry Kissinger in Washington and tells him he will end all fixed-wing flights from Saigon. So begins the evacuation by helicopter between Saigon and the fleet in the South China Sea. Pilot James Bolton starts flying that day and doesn't rest until he completes his mission.
There was a lot of burning, black smoke coming up from the airport. They had been shelling the airport for some time. That's why the helicopters were going in now, because the shells were coming in on the airfield. The runways had been damaged, so fixed wing was terminated. Helicopters, of course, we were already in the air now, and it was a go.
We had no problems whatsoever out of Tan Son Nhut. No crying mothers, screaming grandmothers, no. We had a little bit of consternation that morning because 2 more of those rockets, one of them landed up there and wounded a couple of people.
Pilots call the helicopter landing zone at Tan Son Nhut Airport the Alamo. It is America's last stand at what was formerly one of the busiest airports in the world. When all designated evacuees are finally in the air, the helicopter pilots then shift their attention to the American Embassy. Operation Frequent Wind is about to begin. Dawn is approaching on April 29, 1975. North Vietnamese troops surround Saigon. Ambassador Graham Martin now invokes Operation Frequent Wind, the final curtain on America's long years in Vietnam. Though unhappy, Martin realizes all is lost. The evacuation is on. Prearranged signals go out over the radio. Bing Crosby sings White Christmas.
Dreaming of a while.
Come on, this way. Hey, this way.
People take one overnight bag and hurry to their departure point.
How much baggage, Captain? Will you please, one small handbag. Can we please board the bus, ladies and gentlemen?
The convoys began moving and picking up people on their assigned routes. Got lost several times. It wasn't hard to get lost in the confusion of Saigon that day. By and large, they functioned very well. There were mobs running in different directions. There was a lot of shooting going on in terms, I think most of it in the air, but you couldn't tell. We had a bus flipped over by a mob. You don't know the power of a mob until you see a bus picked up and thrown over. And eventually they picked up my Jeep and threw it over, so we had to get off and find our way to a bus.
Men and women make their way to rooftop landing zones around the city. Helicopters arrive to load passengers for their flight to freedom.
We still brought about 1,200 people off the roofs of these fortified buildings, which also had radios, sea rations, and water placed on the roofs well in advance.
Outside the gates of the embassy, traffic is snarled. Inside, there is disorder.
There was thousands of people jammed within the walls of the embassy, totally unplanned for. And the embassy had no idea whatsoever what to do with it.
And the crowds got bigger and bigger, larger and larger, you know. More people wanted to get out. The people were pretty much panicked. They all wanted to get out of there, you know. We're rushing them to the choppers, putting them on, the choppers taking off, another one's landing. We're getting 60 more people there.
A sea of humanity surrounds the gates and walls of the embassy, threatening to engulf it.
You had hundreds, thousands of Vietnamese pushing toward the fence surrounding the embassy. It was a 14-foot wall. The Marines on the other side were in danger of being stampeded. And you had this same scene of the Marines kicking them and hitting them with rifle butts.
Major Jim Keene is in charge of the 11 Marines at the American Embassy.
There were people trying to pay off the Marines on the wall. A Chinese businessman had a brown paper sack full of uncut gems. He handed up to the Marine, and then he handed a baby up. All he wanted to do was send the baby up, and the Marine just, you know, he handed him back his sack and the child and said, "I can't do it."
Tension increases as Jerry Berry pilots his packed helicopter non-stop between the 7th Fleet and the American Embassy, a round trip of 3 hours.
This is absolute chaos. One, the crowd is not getting any smaller. If anything, it's getting larger. And it's kind of like a bottomless pit. Every time you land, there's more people there than there were before.
And there were a bunch of goons, we called them cowboys, that were deserters and so on, that were armed, that were shooting at the helicopters. And we could see the tracers, and a lot of the helicopters were shot, had holes in them. And it was very disconcerting because one crash and it would have been over.
Fearing revenge from the North Vietnamese, South Vietnamese soldiers desert in droves. They discard their uniforms and change into civilian clothes. Then they become part of the crowds warily wandering the streets. Along with other Saigonese, they break into and loot the main American commissary and deserted American residences.
You've got these soldiers and civilians running around looting American apartment buildings that the Americans had evacuated. They were taking refrigerators, stereos, any leftover food. These people were thugs. I mean, they really were. They were hoods.
The last-minute evacuation by helicopter is surprisingly orderly, but there is confusion and shock among the Vietnamese. Families separate. They arrive on different ships, and some relatives are left behind. Toby Hainsworth is a sailor aboard the carrier Midway when refugees arrive.
The people themselves were very subdued. They were quiet. It seemed to me there was a mixture of a relief that they had gotten out, fatigue, because many of them had traveled many miles to get to Saigon in hopes of getting out one way or the other, sadness at having left home.
Suddenly, a flood of South Vietnamese Army helicopters carrying unauthorized refugees fills the skies over the South China Sea. Gunnery Sergeant Russell Thurman has a front row seat on his evacuation helicopter.
Guy was like black with helicopters. So, needless to say, tensions were kind of high because those helicopters were trying to land on our ship.
It was just amazing to see them flying out in hopes of finding the fleet and in hopes of being rescued. They had no guarantees.
Each rogue helicopter carries women, children, grandmothers. All are low on fuel. 2 and sometimes 3 try to land on the ships at the same time. Some ditch at sea. Sailors must push the helicopters over the side to make room for new arrivals.
This helicopter landed and all these people came off, and they were going to push the helicopter over the side, which, because we had just maxed out deck space, and they were about to push over the side, and one woman just went berserk. And we had Vietnamese interpreters with us, and we got one of them to find out why she'd gone hysterical, because they were pushing the helicopter over the side, and she finally got it known, and she went over and pulled a baby out from underneath the seat. It was a moment of just immense emotion.
At the American Embassy, Ambassador Martin, the one man most against the evacuation, is himself now ordered by President Ford to leave Saigon. Major Jim Keane delivers President Ford's message to Martin.
Came in, I said, the president directs that you leave. And he looked up, and he had these glasses on. He looked up over his glasses, and he had this stare that he could freeze people with. And he said, "All in good time, young Major." We had lowered the flag and put it in a brown paper sack and gave it to him. And with that, he went up and got on a helicopter about 4 o'clock in the morning.
By this time, Graham Martin was, I guess, best described in a daze. I mean, his world had collapsed.
He was absolutely exhausted. But you had to respect Ambassador Martin. You know, he kept us cool.
Martin and his staff fly out to the carrier Midway.
I remember when he came off, when he came around the side, just absolutely a very haggard, very tired guy that had obviously been in a very stressful position for a very, very, very long period of time.
Elsewhere, on a small island off the coast, South Vietnamese Air Force Major Bung Le loads his wife and 5 children on a single-engine plane and flies out in search of the fleet. The plane is running out of gas when the carrier Midway looms into view, its deck crowded with helicopters.
I don't have no way to communicate with the control tower. I try to use all the sign language to ask them, give me a chance to land.
He had to make 3 passes before he finally got a note to the ship. And it was taken up to the bridge, and basically he said, "I've got my wife and 5 children. Would you please clear your runway? I want to land."
And I asked them, try to rescue my family, move the helicopter, and I believe I can land on that carrier.
The Navy clears the deck of helicopters so the small plane can land.
And as he came across the flight deck, the little plane fluttered. He landed it on the carrier perfectly. And out comes the major, his wife, and step ladder of 5 little kids that came out. It was a tremendously dramatic moment.
Without warning, Washington ends the airlift prematurely, leaving behind 460 people at the American Embassy in Saigon.
We abandoned the firemen who had volunteered to stay to the very end in case there was a helicopter crash. We abandoned this German priest with his refugee children. We abandoned the CIA people from the Korean embassy who were all executed later. It was just a very distasteful thing. And it was done by accident. It was done not by design, but because there was a breakdown in communication. It was the Vietnam War in microcosm. Great intentions and poor performance.
But 11 American Marines still remain at the embassy. They booby-trap the stairways and make their way to the roof. Vietnamese looters are already inside the embassy. Fully armed Marines hunker down and wait for 2 more hours before a helicopter arrives to carry them to the 7th Fleet.
We waited and we watched the sun come up. And we saw Big Min and his motorcade come down the main street.
Well, we could still see all the chaos going down there. Masses of people on the street, cars, the confusion in the embassy compound. By this time, you could see the North Vietnamese tanks that are coming by the side that are on their way to a presidential palace.
There was a huge sun. And then this lone 46, comes in out of the sun when we're sitting up on the roof.
It is 7:50 in the morning, April 30th, 1975. It takes the 11 Marines 2 minutes to board, and by 7:52 they head out to the South China Sea.
Swift 22 says he is out at 23:53 with 11 tanks on board, including the commander. All the Americans are out. That is it.
For a moment, we thought they really had forgotten us, And I guess saying to myself, it's finally over, We're finally getting out of here, and going back home.
As the last Marines fly over the city, looters carry away everything they can from the empty American embassy. At 11 that morning, North Vietnam's tanks smash through the gates of the presidential palace. Young North Vietnamese soldiers triumphantly wave the communist flag from the balcony.
It was a day of madness, and it was a day of terrific horror and sadness and humiliation for the Americans who were there. But we had to stare the Vietnamese in the face, those we were betraying. And that's why it was so painful for so many of us who were the younger officers there that last day.
When we return, we will look at how the fall of Saigon, these many years later, still resonates powerfully today for the American people, their politicians, and their generals. After 12 years and 58,000 American lives, it was over. Saigon was now Ho Chi Minh City. The war in Vietnam had ended not in victory, but in a rout. Ironically, in the last offensive of the war, the North Vietnamese took the same route that military planners had feared they would take 10 years earlier, when the Battle of the Ia Drang, the first decisive battle of Vietnam, stopped the North Vietnamese army in its tracks. To everyone's relief, the feared bloodbath, in Vietnam at least, never materialized. But more than 100,000 South Vietnamese soldiers, politicians, and intellectuals were arrested and placed in re-education camps, another name for prison camps, where many languished under terrible conditions for as long as 15 years. The fall of Saigon triggered a mass exodus of desperate refugees, the boat people they were called. While some of the stories ended happily in the United States, countless others spent years without a home in refugee camps throughout Southeast Asia. At home, the war left bitterness and division. It also left behind a reluctance to use force that's only recently been overcome. But in the Gulf War, the generals and leaders made sure not only that they had public support, but that the U.S. had overwhelming strength, and this time would win. In Washington, there is a moving memorial to the men and women who fought and died, the Wall, as it's known. It has become a place where families, veterans, and even those who oppose the war come to find closure for a conflict that still provokes debate. But for those who survived Saigon in the final days, it seems there will always be sorrow.
The fall of Saigon, I think for those of us that had been in Vietnam before, was very, very emotional. It was the day that none of us wanted to come to. We had made significant investments of our lives in Vietnam.
That last day we saw what we'd done. We betrayed the Vietnamese who counted on us. It was the feeling of shame, not at the American effort. Many Americans had died there and died bravely. But it was our failure to make sure that we left no bodies on that battlefield. We left the battlefield strewn with bodies in our honor.
A personal note, I went back to Vietnam a few years ago, back to the killing fields in the Central Highlands where I nearly died in 1965. And in what was once a landing zone running with blood, I found flowers that I brought back and placed at the Vietnam Memorial in Washington. Like a lot of other veterans, I began letting go. In 1997, the first American ambassador since Graham Martin took up his post in a unified Vietnam. That ambassador, Pete Peterson, was himself a veteran of the Vietnam War, an Air Force fighter pilot who was shot down and spent 6.5 years as a prisoner of war. I'm Jack Smith. Good night.
Thanks for watching. If you'd like to help us produce more compelling historical content like this, please like, comment below, and share this video with fellow history buffs. And of course, be sure to subscribe to help keep history happening.